either motion or rest, and conjunction or separation. And it may be devoid of other things. This is the view of the Basran Mu'tazila. Others said it may be devoid of the states, but not of colours, as Al-Kabi and his Baghdad followers mentioned. They dispute, then, over which accidents a body can accept, while agreeing upon the impossibility of a body's being free of both an accident and its contrary after having accepted them, since, for a subject receptive of two contraries, to be free of both is impossible. From this it becomes clear that a living one receptive of hearing, sight and speech must be described by those, or by their opposites, deafness, dumbness and muteness. Whoever imagines him free of both is akin to the Karamita, who said, "He is not described as living nor dead, nor as knowing nor ignorant, nor as able nor unable. Nay, he is not described by affirmation nor by negation, not living knowing, nor not living not knowing, not knowing powerful, nor not powerful not knowing, not speaking willing, nor not speaking not willing. Ogedam heseki pixin and unmendo." They argued that in affirmation there is assimilation to those whom such attributes describe, and in negation there is assimilation to those whom such attributes negate. Near to them is the saying of some literalist mutakalimun, such as Ibn Hazm, that his most beautiful names, like the living, the knowing, the powerful, are like proper names that do not denote life, knowledge, or power. He claimed there is no difference in meaning at all between the living, the knowing, the powerful. Such saying is sophistry in rational matters and Karamitian in revealed matters. For we know by necessity the difference between the living and the powerful, the knowing, the sovereign, the holy, the forgiving, and that when a servant says, "My sustainer, forgive me, and accept my repentance," truly thou art the oft-returning, the all-forgiving. He has done well in his intimate supplication. But were he to say, "Forgive me and accept my repentance," truly thou art the compeller, the proud, the strict in retribution, he would not have done well in his intimate discourse. And God reproached the idolaters who refused to name him the All-Merciful, saying, "And when it is said to them, 'Bow down to the All-Merciful,' they say, 'And what is the All-Merciful? Shall we bow to what you command us?' And it increases them in aversion." 2560. He said, "Unto God belong the most beautiful names, so invoke him by them, and leave those who deviate concerning his names. They will be recompensed for what they used to do." 7:180. And he said, "Thus have we sent thee unto a community among whom other communities have passed away aforetime, that thou recite unto them that which we have revealed unto thee. Yet they disbelieve in the All-Merciful. Say, He is my sustainer. There is no deity but He. In Him I place my trust, and unto Him is my return." 13:30. And he said, "Say, invoke God, or invoke the All-Merciful, by whichever you invoke, to him belong the most beautiful names." 17:110. It is clear that if names were mere proper names, devoid of meaning, there would be no difference between one and another, and none would deviate in one name rather than another, nor would any rational person deny one name rather than another. The polytheists did not refuse to name God by many of his names. They refused only some. Moreover, God has the most beautiful names, not base ones. The distinction of a beautiful name from a base one is by its meaning. Were they all like empty proper names, they would not divide into beautiful and base. Indeed, were this claimant to name his deity the dead, the powerless, the ignorant, in place of the living, the knowing, the powerful, it would be allowable by his principle. Such and the like is blatant karamatism among these ostensible literalists who claim to adhere to the apparent, yet speak much like the batinit karamita in God's oneness, names and attributes. Despite their claim to hadith and the way of the Salaf, and denounce al-Ash'ari and his companions most vehemently, even though it is known that al-Ash'ari and his companions are far closer to the Salaf, the Imams, and the way of the people of hadith in this matter than these are, by far. They claim also to agree with Ahmad ibn Hanbal and the like of the Imams in the questions of the Qur'an and the attributes, and they denounce al-Ash'ari and his companions. Yet al-Ash'ari and his companions are closer to Ahmad and the Imams in these questions, both in fact and in affiliation. As for fact, whoever knows the doctrine of al-Ash'ari and his companions, and that of Ibn Hazm and his like among the literalists in the domain of the attributes, will see this plainly. And he and all who understand the two sayings will know that these literalist Batinites are closer to the Mu'tazila, indeed to the philosophers, than the Ash'arites are, while the Ash'arites are closer to the Salaf, the Imams, and the people of Hadith than they are. Moreover, their Imam, Dawood, and the greatest of his companions were among the affirmers of the attributes upon the doctrine of the people of Sunnah and Hadith. But some among his followers took the path of the Mu'tazila. These agreed with the Mu'tazila on the issues of the attributes, though they differed with them on decree and threat. As for affiliation, the affiliation of al-Ash'ari and his companions to Imam Ahmad, in particular, and to the other Imams of the people of Hadith in general, is manifest and well known in all their books. And whatever in the books of al-Ash'ari might be found contrary to Imam Ahmad and other Imams can likewise be found, indeed more so, in the words of many who affiliate themselves with Ahmad, like Abu al-Wafa ibn Aqil, Abu al-Faraj ibn al-Jawzi, Sadid al-Din ibn al-Hussein, and their like, sayings farther from Ahmad's and the Imams than those of al-Ash'ari and the chief of his companions, and those who are closer to Ahmad and the Imams than the likes of Ibn Aqil and Ibn al-Jawzi, such as Abu al-Hasan al-Tamimi, his son Abu al-Fadl al-Tamimi, their descendant Rizqullah al-Tamimi and the like, and the Imams among the Ash'ariyah, like Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Baqillani, his Sheikh Abu Abdullah ibn Mujahid, their companions like Abu Ali ibn Shadhan and Abu Muhammad ibn al-Labban, indeed even their sheikhs like Abu al-Abbas al-Qalanisi and the like, and the Hadith master Abu Bakr al-Bayhaqi and his peers, are closer to the Sunnah than many among the later Ash'ariyah, who departed from much of al-Ash'ari's saying to the view of the Mu'tazila, or the Jahmiyyah, or the philosophers. Indeed, many of the later Ash'ariyah left his saying for that of the Mu'tazila, or the Jahmiyyah, or the philosophers, adopting eclectic stances, as we shall indicate. What is found in the creed under discussion conforms to the stance of the Waqifa, who do not adopt the saying of al-Ash'ari or other mutakallimun among the people of affirmation, nor of the people of Sunnah and Hadith and the Salaf. Rather, they affirm what the Basran Mu'tazila affirm. For the Basran Mu'tazila affirm what is in this creed, whereas al-Ash'ari and the rest of the mutakallimun among the affirmers, together with the Imams of Sunnah and the community, affirm the beatific vision, hold that the Qur'an is uncreated, and say that God is living with a life, knowing with a knowledge, powerful with a power, while in this creed there is nothing of this affirmation. I have seen a concise creed by the author of this expanded creed, who is reputed for knowledge and hadith, and is outwardly Ash'ari among people, and I saw his creed upon this pattern. He mentioned therein that God is a speaker, commander and forbidder, as the Mu'tazila allow, but he did not mention that the Qur'an is uncreated, nor did he affirm the vision. Rather, he made it of those matters to be interpreted. He inclined toward the Jahmiyyah, who debated Ahmad ibn Hanbal and the rest of the Imams of Sunnah concerning the Qur'an, and he favoured their side, relating from them censure and abuse of Ahmad ibn Hanbal. He built his creed from the Jahmiyyah's words and from the words of the philosophers who assert the eternity of intellects and souls, akin to the saying attributed to Democritus. This is not the doctrine of the Ash'ariyah, for they agree that the Qur'an is uncreated and that God shall be seen in the hereafter. If it be said there is deceit or error or other, this is not the place to justify or condemn a particular person, nor to lay out what in his words accords or opposes the Salaf, rather that the doctrine of each person be known as it truly is. Thereafter, truth must be followed in accordance with the proof God has established for it. As for this expanded creed, though it contains nothing beyond what the Basran Mu'tazila believe, the creed of the Basran Mu'tazila is better than it. For in this creed there are elements of the philosopher's doctrine of the divine unity that even the Mu'tazila would not accept, as we pointed out, and we have shown that what it mentions of unity and its proof is taken from the philosopher's foundations and is among the most futile of discourse. These points are beneficial, for many people affiliate themselves to the Sunnah or to Hadith, or to following the way of the Salaf or the Imams, or to the madhab of Imam Ahmad or others, or to the saying of Al-Ash'ari or of another, while in their words are things that do not accord with those to whom they affiliate. Knowing this is very useful, as we saw among the literalists who affiliate to Hadith and Sunnah, to the point of denying the juristic analogy transmitted from the Salaf and the Imams. Yet they entered into Kalam, which the Salaf and Imams condemned, until they denied the realities of God's names and attributes, thus becoming akin to the Batinite Karamita, so that the saying of the Mu'tazila regarding God's names is better than theirs. With the claim to the apparent, they karamitize in God's unity and his names. As for sophistry in rational matters, it is blatant, for it is known with pellucid reason that the simultaneous negation of both contradictories is impossible, and that there's no intermediate between negation and affirmation. Hence, whoso says he will not describe the Lord by affirmation, so that he does not say he is living, knowing, powerful, and will not describe him by negation, so that he does not say he is not living, not knowing, not powerful, has withheld both contradictories. To withhold both contradictories is like combining them. They neither combine nor are both withheld. This is what I have seen the leaders of the Karamita rely upon, like the author of Al-Aqlad al-Malakutiyya, Abu Yaqub al-Sijistani, for they say, we did not combine the contradictories. They say, we do not say he is living, nor he is not living. Rather, we withheld both, and say he is not describable, nor not describable. This Karamit author, whom I saw regarded among their best, says in the 10th key that whoso worships God by negating the attributes and limits has not worshipped him truly, for such worship is directed to some of the created. He says, a group among the ancients, and some among the groups of Islam, did not worship God as he deserves to be worshipped, nor know him with true knowledge. They said, God is not described, nor limited, nor characterized, nor seen, nor in a place. They imagined that this is glorifying and exalting God, and that they escaped shirk and tashbih, yet they fell into perplexity and error. For they negated the attributes, limits, and descriptions from the Creator, hallowed be his greatness, so that there be no similitude between him and his creation. We ask them concerning the described, the limited, and the characterized among creatures. Is the attribute the same as the substratum, and the limit the same as the limited, and the description the same as the described? Or is the substratum other than its attribute, and the limited other than its limit, and the described other than its description? If they say the attribute is the substratum, and the limit the limited, and the description the described, they must say that blackness is the black thing, and whiteness the white thing. If they say the substratum is other than its attribute, the described other than its description, the limited other than its limit, and these all are created, then this Creator, whom you have declared devoid of attribute, limit, and description, you have made to share with the creature, which is attribute, limit, and description, in that, according to you, the attribute is other than the substratum. If the creature can share with the Creator in any respect, why not in all? Thus, whoso worships God by negating attributes has fallen into hidden anthropomorphism, just as whoso worships him by attributing attributes falls into manifest anthropomorphism. He then proceeds to refute the Mu'tazila, but his refutation is of what they rightly affirmed, and his argument against them is by what they wrongly shared with him in negation. By this path, the Karamita and godless heretics found their way to corrupt the religion of Islam. They argued against every innovator by what he shared with them of innovation in negation and deprivation, binding him to the consequences of his saying, until they established pure negation. The Karamit says further, among the greatest things by which a faction of this sect supported their view that the originator, glorified be he, is not described or characterized, is that they affirmed for him names that are not devoid of attributes and descriptions. They said, he is all hearing by his essence, all seeing by his essence, all knowing by his essence, while negating from him hearing, sight, and knowledge. They did not understand that when such names adhere to a given essence, then the attributes for which these names were set must adhere as well. For were it possible that one be knowing without knowledge, or hearing without hearing, or seeing without sight, it would follow that an ignorant being without knowledge could be knowing, that a blind one without sight could be seeing, and that a deaf one without hearing could be hearing. When this is impossible, it is established that the knowing is such only by the existence of knowledge, the seeing by the existence of sight, and the hearing by the existence of hearing. If it be said by one of them, we negate sight from the seeing, inasmuch as the name the seeing is directed towards the divine essence. For we have witnessed that one who is called seeing must, by reason of sight, be susceptible to blindness, and one called hearing must, by reason of hearing, be susceptible to deafness, and one called knowing must, by reason of knowledge, be susceptible to ignorance. Yet God cannot be touched by ignorance, blindness, or deafness, so we negate from him what entails by its absence its opposite. It is said to him, the cause of the possibility of blindness is not sight, nor of deafness is hearing, nor of ignorance is knowledge. Were the cause what you mentioned, then whenever sight existed, blindness would exist, or when hearing existed, deafness would exist, or when knowledge existed, ignorance would exist. Since we find sight in some possessors of sight without the occurrence of blindness, and likewise hearing in some without deafness, and knowledge in some without ignorance. It is established that the cause of ignorance, deafness and blindness is not knowledge, hearing and sight, but the receptivity to the possibility of defect in some possessors of knowledge, hearing and sight. God, exalted be he, is not a locus for defects, nor can defects enter upon him. If then the names, the knowing, the hearing, the seeing are directed towards his essence, he is then possessed of knowledge, hearing and sight. Far exalted is God above what the ignorant, deluded attribute to him, that these names adhere to him as bare essences. Rather, these names are directed towards limits set among the upper and lower, the spiritual and bodily, for the welfare of servants. Exalted is God high above that. He continues, if the analogy you adduced is sound, then the other analogy, indissociable from the first, is likewise sound. For just as you have witnessed that one who is knowing by knowledge, seeing by sight, hearing by hearing, is susceptible to ignorance, blindness and deafness, so have we witnessed that one who is knowing has knowledge preceding him. One who is seeing has sight accompanying him. One who is hearing has hearing testifying for him. If it is permissible for you to depart from the rule of the seen to the unseen in the first, and to say, it is possible in the unseen to have a knowing without knowledge, a seeing without sight, a hearing without hearing, then it is permissible for us to depart from the rule of the seen to the unseen in the other, and to say, although we have never witnessed a knowing with knowledge, save that he is susceptible to ignorance, nor a seeing with sight, save that he is susceptible to blindness, nor a hearing with hearers, save that he is susceptible to deafness, yet it may be in the unseen that there is a knowing with knowledge to whom ignorance is inapplicable, a seeing with sight to whom blindness is inapplicable, and a hearing with hearing to whom deafness is inapplicable. Otherwise, what is the difference? There is no way for them to differentiate between the two analogies. Let the discerning believer then consider how these godless hypocrites, more unbelieving than Jews, Christians, or the pagan Arabs, compelled the likes of the Mu'tazila and other deniers of the attributes to deny God's most beautiful names altogether, and to make those names be names of some among the creatures, such that the creature is the one called by his beautiful names. They say, concerning the first and the last, the outward and the inward, that the outward is Muhammad the speaking, and the inward is Ali the foundation. They say Muhammad is the first, and Ali is the last. They interpret his saying, nay, both his hands are outstretched, 564, as that one hand is Muhammad and the other is Ali. They interpret his saying, perish the hands of Abu Lahab and perish he, 111 mabwez, such that the two hands are Abu Bakr and Umar, on the pretext that they were with Abu Lahab in the hidden dimension, and that he ordered them to kill the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, but they were unable. Thus God sent down, perish the hands of Abu Lahab. Such are their well-known interpretations. The root of their discourse is their argument from what they deem negating anthropomorphism, and compelling everyone who agrees with them upon some negation to apply his doctrine consistently, following its entailments, whose end is pure negation, which they call sanctification. The Karamit further says, whosoever declares his Creator pure of attribute, limit and description, yet does not divest him of that which is not attribute and not limit and not description, has affirmed him by that from which he did not divest him. If his affirmation of his deity is the negation of attribute, limit and description, then his affirmation is aimless, unknown. For that which has no attribute, no limit, no description is not, in his claim, God alone. Rather, it is the soul and the intellect and all the simple substances among the angels and others. And God is too exalted for his affirmation to be aimless, unknown. The affirmation that befits the majesty of the originator without attaching aimlessness to it is to negate the attribute and to negate that there is no attribute, to negate the limit and to negate that there is no limit, so that this grandeur may remain for the originator of the worlds. For it is inconceivable that any creature shares with him in this sanctification. Hence, affirmation by this path cannot be aimless. He continues, if someone says, it is a condition of contradictory propositions that one be true and the other false. Your claim not describable and not describable are two contradictories. Hence, one must be true and the other false. We answer, you erred in your understanding of contradictories. Contradictory propositions are such that one part affirms and the other negates. If the proposition is a universal affirmative, its contradictory is a particular negative, like our saying every human is living, which is a universal affirmative whose contradictory is not every human is living. Since it is a condition of contradictories that one be affirmative and the other negative, we return to our propositions regarding the originator. Do we find this condition? We find that in both of them nothing is affirmed. They are both negatives. Our saying not describable and not describable. They do not contradict one another. Contradiction would only arise were we to say he has attributes and he has no attributes, or he has a limit and he has no limit, or he is in a place and he is not in a place, which would then oblige us to affirm the meeting of contradictories in truth. But if both propositions are negative, one negating the attribute that attaches to corporeals, and the other negating the attribute that attaches to spirituals, then this renders the Creator divested of the marks of the subjugated and the attributes of the created. Thus, he says, it is established that whosoever declares his Creator pure of attribute, limit, and description has fallen into hidden anthropomorphism, just as whoso attributes and characterizes him has fallen into manifest anthropomorphism. I say, this is the essence of the Karamitas' doctrine. He has refuted those among them who describe him by negation without affirmation, and by negation of negation. For, says he, in affirmation lies assimilation to corporeals, and in negation lies assimilation to spirituals, namely intellects and souls, which, in their view, are described by negation without affirmation. Hence they say they are simples without rational composition of genus and differentia, just as the deity, in their thinking, has no composition like that of bodies. This heretic imagined he had thereby escaped the necessary entailments. Yet it is known to those who truly grasp their doctrine that it is among the most corrupt, both in law and reason, and most distant from the doctrines of Muslims, Jews, and Christians, despite all they have accomplished in philosophy, what they claim to know of the way of the mutakallimun, their pretensions to inner sciences and knowledge of interpretation, and their claim of infallibility for their leaders. They argue we do not say with the combination of contradictories, but we say to them, you have negated both contradictories. And just as combining contradictories is impossible, so too is being devoid of both. Contradictories neither combine nor are both withheld. Thus logicians divide the disjunctive hypothetical into that which prevents combination, that which prevents privation, and that which prevents both combination and privation. The last is like saying a thing is either existent or non-existent, either affirmed or denied, which yields the four inferences. It is existent, thus not non-existent. It is non-existent, thus not existent. It is not existent, thus non-existent. It is not non-existent, thus existent. Similarly, where two affirmations stand as contradictories, like saying this number is either even or odd, being both even and odd, neither combines nor is both withheld. These claim to affirm something free of both contradictories. If they allow it to be free of both, it may combine both. This is the doctrine of the Unionists, who speak of the oneness of existence, like the author of the Fusus, Ibn Sabran, Ibn Abi al-Mansur, Ibn al-Farid, al-Kunawr, and their likes. For their saying and that of the Karamita are from one lamp. The Unionists even explicitly declare the combination of contradictories. They narrate similar things of al-Hallaj. When he entered Baghdad, they cried, "This is the propagandist of the Karamita." He used to show himself to the Shia as one of them. He entered upon Ibn Nawbakht, the head of the Shia, seeking his allegiance. He demanded miracles of him, which he could not perform. Doctrines of misguidance all entail either combining or withholding contradictories. Some recognize the entailment and accept it, others do not realize it. Whatever two things can neither combine nor both be withheld are in meaning contradictories, even if this is most apparent in existence and non-existence. The position of those who affirm states, ahwal, and say they are neither existent nor non-existent is a branch of the Karamita's doctrine. The truth is that such states do not exist in the external world, nor are they negated in the mind. There are matters of affirmation that, in relation to one another, are like existence and non-existence, like saying a number is either even or odd, or saying of any two existents either they coexist in existence or one precedes the other, or saying every existent is either subsistent by itself or subsistent in another, or everybody is either moving or at rest, either living or dead. Every living being is either knowing or ignorant, either capable or incapable, either hearing or deaf, either blind or seeing, and likewise of any two existents, either they belong to the same genus or they are disparate, and the like. Whosoever seeks to negate both of any such pair is of the Karamita's kind, the negators of contradictories. Sometimes the contradiction's obvious in words, like saying either it is or it is not, sometimes by meaning, like saying either eternal in itself or subsistent by another. This is all elaborated elsewhere. Indeed, we have gone beyond the questioner's request, but only to point to beneficial, comprehensive principles. The third path of the speculative folk for establishing hearing and sight is that hearing and sight are attributes of perfection. The living, hearing, seeing one is more perfect than a living one who neither hears nor sees. The existent living one is more perfect than an existent who is not living, and the existent knowing one is more perfect than an existent who is not knowing. This is known by the necessity of reason. If these are attributes of perfection, then were the Lord not described by them, he would be deficient. But God is exalted above all deficiency. Every pure perfection, unmixed with deficiency, is possible for him, and whatever among the attributes of perfection is possible for him is established for him. For were he not described by it, then his being described thereby would depend upon something other than himself. he would then be in need of other than himself for the establishment of perfection in him. This is impossible. If his perfection depends upon himself alone, then from the establishment of his self follows the establishment of perfection for it. Moreover, anything that he is declared pure of, where such purity would entail deficiency, must be denied of him. Furthermore, were he not described by these, then a hearing, seeing creature from among his creation would be more perfect than he. Yet it is known at the outset of reason that the created cannot be more perfect than the Creator. Perfection is not with sheer non-being, where there is no perfection. Whatever existent perfection the creature possesses, God is its creator, and it is impossible that the deficient existent be the originator and agent of the complete existent. It is settled in the beginnings of reason that the existence of the cause is more perfect than that of the effect, let alone the existence of the creator, the originator, the maker, which by necessity is more perfect than the existence of the created, the made, the affected. We have elaborated such a method elsewhere and shown that with regard to God, exalted is He. The proper analogy is the analogy of greater right, Qiyas al-Awla, as the Qur'an itself teaches. This is the path of the Salaf and the Imams. Like Ahmad and others, every perfection established for a creature, the Creator is more entitled to it. And every deficiency from which a creature is declared pure, the Creator is more entitled to be declared pure of it. God has said, He has coined for you a parable drawn from yourselves. Do you have, among those whom your right hands possess, partners in what we have provided for you, so that you are equal therein, fearing them as you fear one another? 30:28. And he said, when any of them is given the glad tidings of a female, his face darkens, and he chokes inwardly. He hides from people because of the evil of what he has been given tidings of. Shall he keep it in humiliation, or bury it in the dust? Ah, evil is what they judge. For those who do not believe in the hereafter is the evil parable. But to God belongs the most sublime parable, and He is the mighty, the wise. 16:58-60. And his saying, they assign to God what they themselves dislike, and their tongues utter the lie that theirs shall be the best. Without doubt theirs shall be the fire, and they will be foremost therein. 16:62. For the attributes of perfection are matters of existence, or negations that entail matters of existence. Like his saying, God, there is no deity but He, the living, the self-subsisting. Neither slumber overtakes him nor sleep. 2:255. The negation of slumber and sleep entails the perfection of the attributes of life and self-subsistence. Likewise his saying, Thy sustainer is not a tyrant unto his servants, 41:46, entails the establishment of justice, and his saying, Not a particle's weight in the heavens or the earth escapes him, 34:3, entails the perfection of knowledge, and the like are many. As for sheer non-being, there is no perfection in it. Thus, every unalloyed perfection established for a creature, the Creator is more entitled thereto for two reasons. First, that the Creator, the existent, the necessarily existent in himself, the ancient, is more perfect than the created, receptive of non-being, newly occurred, subjugated. Second, that every perfection the creature has he but derived from his Lord and Creator. If he is the originator of the perfection, the creator of it, it is known by necessity that he who grants perfection, creates it, and originates it, is more entitled to be described by it than the one who merely receives it. God has said, God strikes a parable, a slave owned, powerless over anything, and one whom we have provided from ourselves with goodly provision. and he spends thereof secretly and openly, are they equal? All praise is God's. Nay, most of them do not know. And God strikes a parable. 2 men, one of them dumb, powerless over anything, a burden upon his master. Wherever he directs him, he brings no good. Is he equal to him who enjoins justice and is upon a straight path? 16:75 and 76. Though this parable invites to worship God alone and forbids worship of others by showing this difference, yet when it is known that the complete and the deficient cannot be equal, and that the Lord is more complete than his creation, it necessarily follows that he must be more complete than they, and more entitled to every perfection by greater right and greater claim. The fourth path for establishing hearing, sight, and speech is that the negation of these attributes is absolutely a deficiency, whether negated of a living being or of an inanimate thing. Whatever is devoid of these attributes can neither bring anything into existence, nor create it, nor answer a supplicant, nor be worshipped, nor be invoked. As Abraham said to his father, "O my father, why do you worship that which hears not, nor sees, nor avails you in anything?" 1942. And he said to his people, "Do they hear you when you call, or do they benefit you, or harm?" They said, "Nay, but we found our fathers doing thus." 26:72-74. And he said, "And the people of Moses after him made of their ornaments a calf, an inert body with a lowing sound. Did they not see that it could not speak unto them, nor guide them to a way? They took it in worship, and they were wrongdoers." 7:1-48. And he said, "So he brought forth for them a calf, an inert body with a lowing sound. Then they said, This is your God and the God of Moses, but he forgot." 20:88. This is because it is settled in the innate nature that what neither hears, nor sees, nor speaks cannot be a Lord worthy of worship, just as what brings no benefit, gives no guidance, and has no power over harm or benefit cannot be a Lord worthy of worship. And it is known that the Creator of the world is he who benefits his servants with provision and the like, who guides them, and who has power to harm them with divers harms. For these are among the events that the Sustainer of the worlds brings about. If then it were assumed that he is not their originator, they would be occurrences without an originator, or else their originator would be other than he. And if their originator were other than he, the question regarding the origination of that other would be precisely like the question regarding all other originated things. Hence, the chain must necessarily terminate in the Eternal, who is himself unoriginated. It is, therefore, settled in sound reason that one who neither hears nor sees nor speaks is deficient in the attributes of perfection. For such a being hears no one's speech, sees no one, commands nothing, forbids nothing, and conveys no information. If he be not as a living creature who is blind and deaf, then he is like something worse, an inanimate thing that has no capacity to hear, or to see, or to speak. Indeed, the very absence of receptivity for these attributes is a greater deficiency and impotence, closer to non-existence, than in one who possesses the capacity but is characterized by their opposites. A blind human being is more perfect than a stone, and a dumb human being is more perfect than dust, and so with all that cannot be described by any of these attributes. Thus, if the negation of these attributes is known by innate disposition to be among the gravest defects and flaws and closest in semblance to non-existence, it follows by that same innate disposition that the Creator is further removed from such defects and flaws than anything from which they are negated. and that ascribing such defects to him is among the most impossible of impossibilities. This line of reasoning is not the same as the second nor the third. The second proceeds upon the premise that he is living, and must therefore be described either by these attributes or by their opposites. The third proceeds upon the premise that these are attributes of perfection, and hence the Lord must be described by them. The present method, however, proceeds upon the premise that the negation of these attributes is a defect, a blemish, and a blameworthy fault, none of which may be ascribed to the Lord. And God, exalted is He, knows best. Harm, indeed, these are among the occurrences which the Lord of all the worlds brings into being. If it were supposed that he is not their originator, then they would occur without an originator, or their originator would be other than he. And if their originator were other than he, the discourse concerning the origination of that other would be like the discourse concerning all originated things. The matter must therefore end with the eternal, who is not himself originated. Hence it stands firm in rational awareness that one who neither hears nor sees nor speaks is deficient in the attributes of perfection. He hears no speech, sees no one, commands nothing, forbids nothing, and informs of nothing. If he be not like a living being who is blind and deaf, then he is akin to something worse, lifeless matter that has no capacity to hear, or to see, or to speak. And the negation of receptivity for these attributes is an even greater deficiency and incapacity, closer to non-existence, than in one who, while receptive, is described by their opposites. For a blind human being is more perfect than a stone, and a dumb human being is more perfect than dust, and so with all that cannot be described by any of these attributes. Accordingly, since the negation of these attributes is known by innate nature to be among the most severe defects and blemishes, and nearest in likeness to non-existence, it follows, by that same innate nature, that the Creator is most remote from such defects and blemishes of all that is declared free of them, and that ascribing such faults to him is supremely impossible. This approach is neither the second nor the third. The second rests on his being living, and thus necessarily described either by these attributes or their opposites. The third rests on their being attributes of perfection, and thus necessary to the Lord. This approach, however, rests on the fact that negating these attributes is negating perfection itself, defects and censures unthinkable of the Lord. And God, sublimely exalted, knows best. Then the author said, "The proof of the prophethood of the prophets is their miracles, and the proof of the prophethood of Muhammad, may God bless him and grant him peace, is the Qur'an, miraculous in its structure and its meaning." Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah remarked, "This method is, among the theologians and dialecticians, one of the most complete, for they establish prophethood by miracles. And there is no doubt that miracles are a sound proof for establishing the prophethood of the messengers. Yet many of them, indeed everyone whose faith is built only on this, imagine that we can know the prophethood of the messengers only through miracles. Then they adopt varied ways to establish that a miracle indicates truthfulness, and in some of these ways there is a measure of contention and confusion that we shall alert to. Many among them went so far as to deny any breaking of customary order for other than prophets, to the point of denying the charismata of the God-conscious, sorcery, and the like. The dialecticians here have several approaches. Some do not take the miracle as proof at all, but make the proof to be the soundness of that to which the claimant calls, the coherence of its summons and its freedom from contradiction. as a group of speculative thinkers say. Some require affirming the claimant's truthfulness, without this and without that. Some take the miracle as proof, while adding other proofs besides the miracle. And this is the soundest way. Whoever restricts the path to miracles alone is driven into positions that force him either to deny something true or to accept something false. For this reason, the early generations and the leading imams disparage the newly minted kalam, for its adherents err either in the very issues they discuss or in their proofs. Often do they seek to establish the religion of the Muslims, faith in God, his angels, his books and his messengers, upon weak, indeed corrupt foundations. And to these they attach consequences that contradict sound transmission and pure reason. This was the condition of the Jahmiyyah among the Mu'tazila and others. They proved the origination of the world by the origination of bodies, and that by the origination of their attributes, accidents, and so were forced to say that every subject was originated. Thus they denied God's attributes, declared the Qur'an created, denied the beatific vision in the hereafter, and said he is neither separate from the world nor within it, and the like of such negations whose end is sheer nullification, as we have detailed elsewhere. The matter is not as they suppose, for knowledge of prophethood, independent of miracles, is possible. The goal is to know the truthfulness or falsehood of one who claims prophethood. When he says, "I am God's messenger," this statement is either true or false. If you wish, you may say it is a report. It either corresponds to reality or does not. Whether its lack of correspondence comes from deliberate lying or from error. For a person may imagine about himself or another that he is God's messenger, not intending falsehood, but out of error and delusion. How many there have been to whom a devil appeared, saying, "I am your Lord," and addressed them with sundry messages, perhaps telling them, "I have made lawful for you what I forbade others. You are my servant and my messenger. You are the best of the people of the earth," and similar lies. Such things have happened to many. If, therefore, the claimant to messengership is not truthful, he must be lying, either deliberately or deludedly. The distinction between the truthful and the liar is made in myriad ways, even in matters far below the claim to prophethood. How then in prophethood itself? It is known that one who claims messengership is either among the best and most complete of creation, or among the most deficient and base. Thus, one of the nobles of Thaqif said to the Prophet, "May God bless him and grant him peace," when the message reached them and he called them to Islam. "By God, I shall not address you with a single word. If you are truthful, you are too august in my sight for me to dispute you, and if you are lying, you are too base for me to address." How could the best and most complete of people be confused with the most deficient and despicable? How excellent is the verse of Hassan! Had there not been in him manifest signs, his very nature would have borne the glad tidings. No liar has ever claimed prophethood without manifest signs of his ignorance, mendacity, dissoluteness, and of the devil's sway over him, clear to anyone with the least discernment. And no truthful claimant to prophethood has ever appeared without the marks of knowledge, truthfulness, righteousness, and all manner of good, evident to anyone with the least discernment. For the messenger must inform people of things, command them to do things, and perform things. The liar will manifest in what he commands, what he reports, and what he does the very marks that indicate his falsehood in many ways. And the truthful will manifest in what he commands, reports, and does unmistakable marks of truth in many ways. Indeed, Whenever two persons claim a matter, one truthful in his claim, the other lying, there must appear in many ways what makes the truth of this one and the falsehood of that one clear. For truth brings forth righteousness, and lies bring forth vice. As in the two Sahihs from Ibn Mas'ud, that the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Cling to truthfulness, for truthfulness leads to righteousness, and righteousness leads to paradise." A man will continue to tell the truth and to seek truthfulness until he is recorded with God as a truthful one. Beware of lying, for lying leads to vice, and vice leads to the fire. A man will continue to lie and to seek lies until he is recorded with God as a liar. And thus God, exalted is he, said, "Shall I tell you upon whom the Satans descend? They descend upon every liar steeped in sin. They lend an ear, yet most of them are liars. And as for the poets, only the erring follow them. Do you not see how they roam confused in every valley, and that they say what they do not do?" 26, 221, 226. He made clear that his messenger is neither a soothsayer upon whom the Satans descend, nor a poet, as they used to say, magician or poet, for the Satans descend upon the liar steeped in sin, casting suggestions upon them, though most of them are liars. Such soothsayers and the like may on occasion report something of the unseen that turns out true. Yet with them there is such abundance of lying and vice that it becomes manifest their information is not from an angel, and they are not prophets. For this reason, when the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said to Ibn Sayyad, "I have concealed something for you," he replied, "It is ad-duk." The Prophet said to him, "Silence, you shall not exceed your station," meaning you are but a soothsayer. The Prophet also said, "There comes to me one, a spirit, who is truthful, and one who lies." And he, Ibn Sayyad, said, "I see a throne upon the water, which is the throne of Satan, as is established in the Sahih." God also said, "And the poets, only the erring follow them. Do you not see how they roam confused in every valley, and that they say what they do not do?" 26, 224, 226. Such is the description of the poets, just as the earlier is the description of those upon whom the Satans descend. Whoever knows the messenger, his truthfulness, his fidelity, the correspondence of his word to his knowledge, knows with certain knowledge that he is neither poet, nor soothsayer, nor liar. People distinguish between the truthful and the liar by many proofs, even among claimants to crafts and disciplines, like agriculture, weaving, writing, grammar, medicine, jurisprudence, and the rest. There is no one who claims mastery in a craft or doctrine whose truth and falsehood cannot be distinguished by many ways. Likewise, one who manifests moral purpose and conduct, claiming piety, trustworthiness, sincerity, love, and similar virtues, must be known in many ways as truthful or liar. Prophethood gathers into itself sciences and acts with which the messenger must be endowed, sciences and acts that are the noblest of sciences and the noblest of acts. How, then, could the truthful in such a thing be confused with the liar, or the truth and falsehood not become manifest by countless proofs? Moreover, the world has never been without the traces of a prophet, from the time of Adam to our own day. The kind of summons brought by the prophets and messengers is known, and what they called toward and commanded has been known. The traces of the messengers have never ceased in the earth. Among the people there have ever remained the marks of the messengers, by which the kind of message they brought is known, and by which they distinguish a messenger from one who is not. Suppose, then, that a man were to appear in a time when the sending of messengers was possible, and were to command idolatry, the worship of graven images, the permissibility of sexual immorality, injustice and lying, and never called to the worship of God nor to faith in the last day. Would such a one need to be asked for a miracle? Would there be any doubt of his falsity as a prophet? If he even brought what one might imagine to be a miracle, it would be known to be of the sort of conjurer's tricks, or a test and trial. For this reason, when the Antichrist claims divinity, what he brings is no proof of his truth, for the mere claim is inherently impossible, and he is a liar. Likewise, someone who grew up among the children of Israel, known to them for truthfulness, righteousness, and piety, whose inner state had been tried and tested, revealing the perfection of his mind and his religion. And then he informed them that God had chosen and sent him to them. Such a one would not be more liable to rejection than a trustworthy man of sound mind, religion, and truth among us, who informs us that he saw a dream. This stance resembles, in a way, the dispute over whether a solitary report can be accompanied by corroborating signs that make it yield certain knowledge. The investigators of every school agree that the report of one or two or three can be coupled with evidences that make the reporter's truthfulness necessary. Indeed, the corroborating signs alone can yield necessary knowledge, as when one knows a person's pleasure or anger, love or hatred, joy or sorrow, inner states, by signs on the face that may defy expression in words. As God says, "And if we so willed, we could show them to you, and you would know them by their marks." 47:30. And then, "And you shall surely know them by the twist of their speech." 47:30. He swore that the hypocrites must be known by the tone of their speech, while he linked knowing them by their marks to his will, because what is in the soul is more clearly manifested in a person's speech than on the features of his face. It has been said, "No one hides an inner secret without God revealing it on the look of his face and the slips of his tongue." If such inner states can be known without the person's informing us, then when his informing is added, knowledge is even more fitting. No rational person says that the mere report of one, or of every single person, yields certainty, nor the report of every 5 or 10. Indeed, even 1,000 may report, and yet be liars if they conspire. If, however, the truthfulness or lying of a reporter is known by what attends his report, indeed by the tone of his speech and the features of his face, then necessary knowledge arises which a person cannot repel from himself. How then with the claim of messengership? How could truth and falsehood in such a claim remain hidden? How could the truthful be indistinguishable from the liar when in that domain there are proofs beyond count? Since the liar comes in one of two ways, either deliberately lying or through confusion, like one whom a devil addresses, it is known without doubt that among people are those known never to lie deliberately. Indeed, many whom people have known and tested, their elders, those with whom they transact, are known with certitude never to lie deliberately, even though we know such lying possible in principle. But not everything that is known possible is judged likely. We know God is able to turn mountains into rubies and seas into blood, yet we know he does not do so. Thus, too, we know, as a general matter, that any given person might be a Jew, a Christian, or the like. Yet of specific individuals we can know that this has not happened. And if someone informs us that it has with respect to them, we reject it decisively. We do not deny that a person may change and become a deliberate liar after not being so. But if he transforms, that becomes evident to those who live with him and observe his affairs. Thus, when Khadijah, God be well pleased with her, knew the prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, to be truthful and righteous. He said to her, when the first revelation came to him, "I fear for my mind." She replied, "No, by God, God will never disgrace you. You foster kinship, you speak the truth, you bear the burden of the weak, you honor the guest, you provide for those deprived, and you aid in all that is right." He did not fear that he had lied deliberately. He knew, God's blessings and peace be upon him, that he had not done so. But at first he feared that some evil affliction had visited him. She recalled to him what negated this: the noble character and fine traits upon which he was shaped, truthfulness entailing justice and beneficence to creation. Whoso combines truthfulness, justice, and beneficence is not among those whom God disgraces. The fostering of kin, honouring guests, bearing the burdens of the weak, giving to those deprived, and aiding in matters of right are among the greatest forms of righteousness and beneficence. And God's way is known. Whoever he shapes with praiseworthy character and keeps far from blameworthy traits, he does not disgrace. Moreover, prophethood among the children of Adam has been from the time of Adam. Upon him be peace, for he was a prophet. His children knew his prophethood and his states with certainty. The kind of summons the messenger makes and the nature of their states are known. So when someone claims messengership in a time when this is possible, if he brings what is manifestly contrary to the messengers, it is known that he is not among them. And if he brings what belongs to the particular marks of the messengers, it is known that he is among them, especially when it is known that a messenger is expected, and that this messenger has distinguishing marks that set him apart from others. This can reach for a person the level of necessary knowledge that this is the awaited messenger. Thus God, exalted is he, said, "Those to whom we have given the book recognize him as they recognize their own sons, and verily a faction of them knowingly conceal the truth." 2.146. The first general way is what the Negus used as proof for his prophethood. When he inquired what he reports and had the Qur'an recited to him, he said, "Truly this and that with which Moses came issue from a single lamp." And before him, Waraka ibn Nawfal, when the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, told him what he saw, and Waraka had embraced Christianity and was writing the Gospel in Hebrew. Khadijah said to him, "O cousin, listen to your nephew." When the Prophet told him his news, Waraka said, "This is the Namus, the bearer of revelation, who came to Moses. Your people will drive you out." The Prophet said, "Will they drive me out?" He replied, "Yes. No one has ever brought what you have brought except that he was opposed. If I live to see your day, I shall support you with decisive support." Waraka soon died. The second, more particular way was that of Heraclius, Emperor of Rome. When the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, wrote to him, calling him to Islam, Heraclius sought any Arabs then present. Abu Sufyan had arrived with a caravan of Quraysh for trade at Gaza. Heraclius summoned them and questioned them about the Prophet's state. He questioned Abu Sufyan and ordered the others, "If he lies, refute him." They found themselves corroborating him. He asked, "Was there any king among his forefathers?" They said, "No." "Has anyone before him said something similar to what he says?" They said, "No." "Is he of noble lineage among you?" They said, "Yes." "Did you ever accuse him of lying before he said what he has said?" They said, "No, we have never experienced a lie from him." "Do the weak among people follow him, or the nobles?" They said, "The weak." "Do they increase or decrease?" They said, "They increase." "Does anyone among them, after entering his religion, apostatize out of dislike for it? They said, No. Have you fought him? They said, Yes. How has the war fared between you? They said, Victory alternates. Sometimes he prevails, sometimes we. Does he betray his covenants? They said, No. And what does he command you? They said, He commands us to worship God alone and not associate anything with him. He commands us to pray, to be truthful, to be chaste, and to uphold family ties. And he forbids what our forefathers worshipped. Heraclius then explained what in these questions indicates truth. He asked about the marks of falsehood and found them absent. He asked about the marks of truth and found them present. I asked whether any king was among his forefathers. You said no. Had there been, I would have said, a man seeking the kingdom of his father. I asked whether anyone before him had said something like this. You said no. Had someone done so, I would have said, a man following a prior example. I asked whether you had accused him of lying. You said no. Thus I knew that one who does not lie to people would not then lie about God. For such a claim, if untrue, would be pure lying without precedent, and that none but a habitual liar undertakes. If lying was never his character, indeed, if he was known only for truthfulness, scrupling even to lie to people, then he is even more scrupulous about lying about God. He continued, I asked whether the weak or the nobles follow him. You said the weak, and they are the followers of messengers. God relates about the people of Noah, Shall we believe in you when it is the vile who follow you? 26:111. And we do not see any who follow you except the lowliest among us at first glance. 11:27. And about Salih, the council of his people who waxed proud said to those who were oppressed, those who had believed, Do you know that Salih is a messenger from his Lord? They said, We believe in what he has been sent with. Those who wax proud said, We deny what you believe in. 775-76. Then Heraclius said, I asked whether they increase or decrease. You said rather, they increase, and so does faith, until it is complete. I asked whether anyone among them apostatizes out of dislike for his religion after entering it. You said no, and so is faith. When its sweetness mingles with the heart, none dislikes it. He asked about their growth and their steadfastness, and they told him they increase and persist. This is among the marks of truth and right, for falsehood must in the end be unveiled, whereupon its folk turn back, and those not yet entered refrain. For this reason, the earlier prophets reported that the lying pretender to prophethood does not endure except for a short term. It is related of one of the Christian kings, said to be of the lineage of this Caesar or another, that he saw a man, a leader among the Christians, reviling the prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, and calling him a liar. He gathered the Christian scholars and asked them, How long does the false claimant to prophethood endure? They answered, based on what they had ascribed to the prophets, He endures only so and so years, a short span, perhaps 30. He said to them, Muhammad's religion has been manifest for 5 or 6 centuries, accepted and followed. How then can he be a liar? Then he ordered that man beheaded. Heraclius also asked about the fighting. They told him that sometimes he prevailed, and sometimes they did, and that when he made a covenant, he did not betray. He said, I asked how the war fares between you. You said it alternates, and thus are the messengers. They are tried, and the outcome is theirs. I asked whether he betrays. You said he does not, and thus are the messengers. They do not betray. From what he knew of God's way with the prophets and the believers, that sometimes he grants them victory, sometimes he tries them, and that they do not betray, he knew these were among the marks of messengers. God's way with prophets and believers is to try them with ease and hardship, so that they attain the station of gratitude and patience. As the prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, swore, "By him in whose hand is my soul, God decrees nothing for the believer without it being good for him, and that is for none but the believer. If blessing befalls him, he is grateful, and that is good for him. If hardship befalls him, he is patient, and that is good for him. And God, exalted is he, made plain in the Qur'an some wisdoms in letting the enemy gain the upper hand at Uhud. Do not weaken and do not grieve. You shall be the uppermost if you are believers. If a wound has touched you, a wound like it has touched the other people. Such days we alternate among mankind, so that God may know who are the believers, and take from among you witnesses. God does not love the wrongdoers. 139, 140. Among the wisdoms is to distinguish the believer from others. For if they were always victorious, their friend and foe would not be manifest. Everyone would show friendship. But when they are overcome, their enemies are revealed. God said, "What befell you on the day the two hosts met was by God's leave, so that he may know who are the believers, and so that he may know who are the hypocrites. And it was said to them, 'Come, fight in God's way, or defend.' They said, 'If we but knew there would be fighting, we would have followed you.' That day they were closer to disbelief than to faith. They say with their mouths what is not in their hearts, and God knows best what they conceal." 166, 167. And he said, "God would not leave the believers as you are, until he separates the wicked from the good." 179. And he said that God may purify those who believe and annihilate the disbelievers. 141. And among the wisdoms is that God purifies those who believe, cleansing them of sins. For if they were always given victory, the soul would grow tyrannical, faith would weaken, and they would merit retribution and abasement. God said, "We only grant them respite so that they may add to their sin, and theirs shall be a humiliating suffering." 178. In the two Sahihs, the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "The likeness of the believer is that of a tender plant. The winds bend it, now this way, now that, and thus it continues. The likeness of the hypocrite is that of a pine tree. It remains upright until it is suddenly uprooted." And when asked, "Who are the most tried among mankind?" he said, "The prophets, then the righteous, then those nearest to them, then those nearest. A man is tried in accordance with his faith. If his faith is firm, his trial is increased. If there is weakness in his faith, his trial is lightened. Trials do not cease for the believer, in himself, his family, and his wealth, until he meets God without a sin upon him." God said, "Did you think you would enter paradise without there coming to you the like of what came to those who passed away before you? Affliction and hardship befell them, and they were shaken, so that the messenger and those who believed with him said, 'When will God's succor come?' Oh, verily, God's succor is near." 214. And he said, "Did you think you would enter paradise, while God has not yet made known those of you who strive hard, and made known the steadfast?" 142. It has been related in a divine saying, "O son of Adam, tribulation brings you near to me, and ease brings you near to yourself." And when people say to the sick, "O God, have mercy on him," God says, "How can I show him mercy from that by which I am already showing him mercy?" We have witnessed that when an army is routed, its men humble themselves before God, become contrite, repent of their sins, and seek victory from God, disavowing their own power and the strength, trusting in God alone. For this did God remind them of their state at Badr and at Hunain. God has helped you at Badr when you were weak, so be conscious of God, that you may be grateful. 3:123. And God has helped you on many a battlefield, and on the day of Hunain, when your great numbers delighted you, but they did not avail you in any way, and the earth, for all its breadth, became narrow for you, and you turned your backs in flight. 9:25. The evidence for this foundation is abundant. People find it within their hearts, sense it, and know it in themselves and in others. It is among those necessary knowings acquired by experience for those who have tried them, and by recurrent reports for those who have heard them. Then he mentioned another wisdom, so that God may purify those who believe and annihilate the disbelievers. 3:141. For God, exalted is he, only requites people for what they themselves do. If a disbeliever has any good deeds, God grants him in this world the reward of his good. But when he no longer has any good deed left, he punishes him for his disbelief. And when the disbelievers are given the upper hand, they commit greater tyranny and aggression, intensifying in disbelief and denial, meriting thereby annihilation. Thus, in their moment of dominance is that which brings upon them God's annihilating judgment. As for treachery, the messengers do not betray at all, treachery being the companion of lying. In the two Sahihs, the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "The signs of a hypocrite are three. When he speaks, he lies. When he promises, he breaks his promise. And when entrusted, he betrays the trust." And also in the two Sahihs, 4 traits, whoever has them is a pure hypocrite, and whoever has one of them has a trait of hypocrisy until he abandons it. When he speaks, he lies. When entrusted, he betrays. When he covenants, he betrays. And when he disputes, he transgresses. I say, treachery and the like are encompassed in lying, as God said, and among them are those who pledge to God, "If he grants us out of his bounty, we shall surely give in charity and be among the righteous." But when he granted them out of his bounty, they became stingy and turned away in aversion. So he caused hypocrisy to follow into their hearts until the day they shall meet him, because they broke their promise to God and because they lied. 9:75-77. Treachery, then, contains a lie about the future. God's messengers, peace be upon them, are far exalted above such things. This, too, is among the signs. Heraclius then asked, "What does he command you?" They said, "He commands us to worship God alone and not associate anything with him. He commands us to pray, speak the truth, be chaste, and uphold family ties. And he forbids what our forefathers used to worship. He said, 'This is the description of a prophet. I knew a prophet would be sent. I did not think he would be from among you. I would willingly make my way to him. Were it not for the kingship I hold, I would go to him. And if what he says is true, he shall possess the very ground beneath my feet.'" The one addressed thus was Abu Sufyan ibn Harb, then still a disbeliever, among the most hateful and hostile to the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. Abu Sufyan said, "I said to my companions as we left, 'The affair of Ibn Abi Kabsha has become great indeed. The king of the Banu al-Asfar, i.e. the Romans, fears him.' I remained certain that the matter of the messenger of God would prevail, until God cast Islam into my heart, though I disliked it." Such inquiry and investigation sufficed for that intelligent, discerning man to know with decisive certainty that this is the awaited prophet. Some, like Al-Mawad and the like, who failed to grasp the depth of his questions and reasoning, objected, prophethood cannot be known by such things. It is known only by miracles. But it is not as they have said. Every rational person of sound nature, hearing such questions and such inquiry, knows these to be among the surest indications of the inquirer's intelligence, experience, and his capacity to extract those differentiating marks by which one knows, is he truthful or is he a liar? And that by these matters this became known to him. We should also know that what settles in the heart from a confluence of several things may, to some extent, be furnished by each, just as satiety, thirsts quenching, intoxication, joy and sorrow arise from the confluence of causes and not from one alone, even if a single cause may bring a part of the effect. So it is with knowledge attained through reports, with what a person tries and proves, and with what is within the human soul. A single report generates a measure of presumption. A second and third increases it until it becomes knowledge. Then it grows stronger. So too with what one tries in life, what one sees of someone's states, and what points to a person's truth or falsehood. Moreover, God, exalted is He, has left in the world traces that signify what He did for His prophets and believers by way of honour, and what He did to their deniers by way of punishment. These are known also by recurrent report, the flood and the drowning of Pharaoh and his hosts. God often mentions this in the Qur'an. And if they reject you, before them did the people of Noah, Ad and Thamud reject, 22:42. And how many generations have we destroyed before them, mightier than them in prowess? They explored the lands. Was there any escape? 50:36. And before them the people of Noah and the factions after them rejected. Every community resolved to seize their messenger, and they disputed with falsehood, seeking thereby to refute the truth. So I seized them. How, then, was my punishment? P. Have they not travelled the earth, and seen how the end of those before them was? They were mightier in strength, and in the traces they left upon the earth, yet God seized them for their sins, and they had no defender against God. 40.582. In Surat Ash-Shu'ara, God relates the stories of the prophets, one after another, of Moses, of Abraham, of Noah, and those who came after. And at the end of each story he says, "In this indeed there is a sign, but most of them will not believe. And verily your sustainer, he alone is the Almighty, the dispenser of grace." 26:8-9, and Pasim after each story. Consider, for example, when the two hosts came within sight of each other, the companions of Moses said, "We will surely be overtaken." He said, "Never. Truly, with me is my Lord. He will guide me." Then we revealed to Moses, "Strike the sea with your staff." And it parted, and each part was like a towering mountain. We brought the others near to that place, and we saved Moses and all who were with him. Then we drowned the others. In this indeed there is a sign, but most of them will not believe. 26:61-67, 67-68. And concerning Shu'aib, they denied him, so there seized them the punishment of the day of the overshadowing cloud. It was, indeed, the punishment of a great day. 26:189. And before them denied the people of Noah, Ad, Pharaoh of the stakes, Thamud, the people of Lot, and the dwellers of the thicket. Those were the factions. 38:12-13, also 50:12-14. Concerning Shu'aib's people, they denied him, so the earthquake seized them, and morning found them lying lifeless in their homes. 791 and 778 for Salih's people. God mentions what the monotheists saw of their dwellings surrounding the people of Mecca, for most of the prophets and their peoples whose stories God tells were about the lands around Mecca. Hud in Yemen, Salih at Al-Hijr near the Syrian lands, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Jonah, Lot, and the prophets of the children of Israel in the lands of Syria, Egypt, Al-Jazara, and what adjoins of Iraq. He said, when telling the story of Lot's people, "Then the blast seized them at sunrise. We turned the highest part of their habitation into its lowest, and we rained upon them stones of hard clay. In this, indeed, there are signs for those who can read the signs, and verily it lies on a road that still stands. In this, indeed, there is a sign for the believers, and the dwellers of the thicket were indeed wrongdoers, so we exacted retribution from them, and both of these places lie on a conspicuous highway." 15:73-79. Thus, time and again in the Qur'an, God recounts the stories of his messengers and those who believed, and what came to them of victory, happiness, and a good end, and the stories of those who disbelieved in them and denied them, and what came to them of tribulation, punishment, and an evil end. This is among the greatest proofs of the truth of the messengers and of their righteousness, and of the falsehood and vice of their opponents. God then made clear that these things are known by sight, or by hearing, or by both, by sight and witnessing, for those who saw them or saw the traces that point to them, as those who witnessed the people of the elephant and what encompassed them, or who witnessed their traces in the lands of Syria, Yemen, the Hijaz, and elsewhere, like the traces of the people of Al-Hijr and the people of Lot, and by hearing, by reports that yield knowledge, like the recurrent reports of the story of Moses and Pharaoh, and the drowning of Pharaoh in the Red Sea, and the recurrent reports of the story of the friend Abraham with Nimrod, and of Noah and the drowning of the people of the earth, and the like of such recurrent reports among the people of the book and others. In some of these recurrent narratives there is that which alone yields knowledge, and sometimes sight joins hearing, as when one sees certain traces whose mention has been recurrent. Thus we see ships, and we know by report that their beginning was the ship of Noah, as God says, "And a sign for them is that we carried their progeny in the laden ark, and we have created for them the like of it whereon they ride." 36:41-42. We also see the land of Al-Hijr and the houses hewn in the mountains, and by report we learn the detail of the matter, and so with many things. In some, knowledge that in the earth there have been those who said, "We are God's messengers," that some peoples followed them and others opposed them, that God helped the messengers and the believers and made the end theirs, and that he punished their enemies, is among the most manifest and radiant of recurrent knowings. The transmission of these matters is more manifest and clearer than what is transmitted of the kings of Persia and the Arabs of the time of ignorance, or the Greeks and their physicians, astronomers and philosophers, like Hippocrates, Galen, Ptolemy, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle and their followers. Every rational person knows that the reports of the prophets and their followers are transmitted by numbers of people of the book beyond reckoning and written down in books, and their people are of those who hold most strongly to truthfulness and forbid lying. There is, between them and the rest of humanity, a common human disposition that precludes mutual understanding if built upon collusion, upon falsehood, and that likewise prevents agreement upon hiding what all motives urge to convey. In their special habit and their particular religion, there is another, more specific proof. This is known in detailed fashion from the state of our community. We know with necessary knowledge, by recurrent transmission, from the habits of the early generations and their religion, which compelled truth and clarification, and forbade lying and concealment, what yields to us necessary knowledge of that which has been recurrently transmitted from them, and of the absence of matters which, had they been present, they would have transmitted. As for the people of the two scriptures, enough has come down to them of recurrent transmission, bearing the matters that fulfil the purpose here, though some falsehood or concealment intrudes in details among some of them, as it has among some of our community. Yet it is far less than the falsehood and concealment in Persian, Greek and Indian chronicles, and the like concerning the reports of their kings and sages. No rational person who reads the reports of these and the reports of those, as now found in books and on tongues, but must gain necessary knowledge of the states of the prophets, their allies, and their enemies more than he gains of the kings of Persia and Rome and their sages. Were it not that this answer is devoted to addressing the summarized creed, we would have broadened this point far more, for these matters bear great expansion. But we have alluded to salutary preliminaries. For most of the dialecticians fall short, greatly short, in arguing what must be established of divine oneness and prophethood, and often they err in their very discussions. One who does not know the realities imagines that what they have said is the furthest reach and the end of fundamentals of religion, and so he is led into opposition to the book and the Sunnah, indeed to plain reason in many places. It leads him to take lightly many of their fundamentals, to doubt what they set forth under fundamentals of religion, and to suspect, even to prefer, the statements of those who oppose the messengers. Philosophers, Sabians, polytheists, and their successors, so that he ends inwardly a hypocrite, a freethinker, while outwardly a dialectician who defends prophethood. Hence Ahmad and others of the early Imams said, "The scholars of Kalam are heretics, Zanadika. No one is vested in Kalam save that there is rancour in his heart toward the people of Islam, for they built their affair upon corrupt principles that cast them into error. This is not the place to expand on that. We have done so elsewhere. Our purpose here, the ways to knowledge of messengership, are very many and diverse. Today, when we have recurrent knowledge of the states of the prophets, their friends and their enemies, we know with certain knowledge that they were truthful and upon the right by many paths. Among them that they informed the nations of what would be, of their own victory, and of those others' defeat, that the end would be theirs. They gave many such reports concerning many matters, and all of them proved true. None of them turned out otherwise or in error, unlike those who report without following them, those upon whom Satans descend, or those who divine by astral conditions. Such people's reports must be many, and most are lies, even if they sometimes come true. Among them that what God brought about of their victory and of the destruction of their enemies, when one knows the manner in which it happened, yields necessary knowledge that God did this as succour for his messenger and those with him, and as punishment for their enemy. Thus the drowning of Pharaoh and his people after they entered the sea, pursuing Moses and his people, the matter of Noah and of the friend, Abraham, the story of the elephant, and the like. Another path, whoever contemplates what the messengers brought, what they reported, and what they commanded, knows of necessity that such cannot issue save from the most knowledgeable of men, the most truthful of them, the most righteous of them. Such cannot issue from a habitual liar who deliberately invents upon God blatant lies, nor from an ignorant errant who imagines that God sent him while he did not. For in what they reported and commanded, there is such perfection of ruling, such unveiling of realities, such guidance of people, such clarification of what a reason knows in outline, yet cannot grasp in detail, by which it is manifest that they are at the apex of knowledge, gnosis, and insight, such that they surpass the most learned of the learned in what lies beyond the limit of other men's ken. It is impossible that such could issue from an ignorant errant. In it there is such mercy, such benefit, such guidance and good, such leading of creation to what benefits them and turning them away from what harms them, that it is plain that this issued from one compassionate, beneficent, who seeks the utmost good and benefit for creation. If this proves the perfection of their knowledge and their excellent intention, then whoso has perfected knowledge and perfected intention cannot be a liar upon God, claiming of him this tremendous claim, beyond which none is more impious if he lies deliberately, nor more ignorant if he errs. This path can be followed generally for the prophets as a whole, and specifically for each one in particular. One argues, from what one knows of truth and good in general, to the knowledge and truthfulness of the one who brought it, and then from his knowledge and truthfulness to what one has not yet known in detail. The knowledge of the kind of truth and falsehood, good and evil, truth and lying, is part of innate disposition and plain reason. Indeed, its generality is agreed upon by the children of Adam, and for this reason it is called that which is acknowledged, and its opposite that which is repudiated. If it is known that he is, among those things men know to be true and good, the worthiest of men with them, the most sincere, the most truthful in what he says, then you know thereby that he is a truthful, knowledgeable, well-intentioned one, not a liar, nor ignorant, nor a betrayer. This path every person may follow in the measure of his ability, and it does not require that he first know the properties and quiddities of prophethood and its how. It suffices that he know that this one is truthful and righteous in what he reports and commands. Thereafter, from what he reports, he learns the reality of prophethood and messengership. Others, among the dialecticians, philosophers, and some Sufis, have taken another path, resembling this in one respect and differing in another. They first establish prophethood itself, that it exists among the children of Adam, that mankind is in need of it, and they outline its qualities. Then they identify the individual prophet. May God bless him and grant him peace. The dialecticians among the Mu'tazila and others obligate prophethood upon God in accordance with their path, in obligating what they obligate upon him. The philosophers obligate it by their own path, of what they deem must exist in the world. Others obligate it by what they have known of his customary practice in wisdom and mercy, and in granting creation what they need. In some, they establish the kind in the world. Then they identify the one individual by showing that the reality of the kind is present in him. This path is taken by many among the dialecticians, Sufis, philosophers, and layfolk. Yet the philosophers, like Ibn Sina and his likes, only apprehended of prophethood the measure their philosophical premises allowed, that the prophet possesses perfection of cognitive power, perfection of auditory and visual power, and perfection of psychic power, such that he knows, hears, and sees what others cannot, and acts in the world by his intention as others cannot. They make prophethood to be three things: a rational power, indeed, a disposition, through which he attains knowledge without learning; an imaginative power, by which intelligible realities appear to him as if in sensory forms, like a sleeper who sees lights and thus calls it revelation, who hears speech and thus calls it God's speech, a psychic power by which his soul acts upon the world. These three, however, may be present in some degree in many people below the station of the righteous, let alone prophethood. Hence, for them, prophethood is acquired, and many then seek to become prophets. Thus happened with the executed Suhraward and with Ibn Sabrin. Ibn Sabrin would say, "I amend the hadith. There is no prophet after me," to "There is no Arab prophet after me." For them, prophethood is a degree of one and the same nature as other men, merely stronger faculties in knowledge and power. But with the difference, they say, that the prophet wills good, while the sorcerer wills evil, and that angels and devils are both strong. But the angel's strength is good, and the devil's evil. Those who say angels and jinn are one genus, with no difference in their attributes, say such powers can be present in other saints below that degree. This is the view of the more reasonable philosophers, who prefer the prophet over the philosopher and the saint, like Ibn Sina and his likes. The extremists, like Al-Farab, and those who at times prefer the philosopher to the prophet, and like their look-alikes among the monists, such as Ibn Arab, of the Futuhat and the Fusus, prefer the saint over the prophet. Ibn Arab claimed he takes from the same mine as that from which the angel takes, he who conveys revelation to the prophet. For, upon their principle, the angel is but a state in the soul of the prophet. The prophet, they say, takes from that state, and that state takes from an intellect. Ibn Arab then claimed that he himself takes from that intellect without the veil. Hence he takes from the mine from which the angel takes. They share the root principle, but their misguidance and ignorance of the prophetic worth grows greater. Even the initial apprehension of prophethood among these is crippled and truncated. They believe in part of what the messengers brought and deny part, just as the Jews and Christians believed in some prophets and disbelieved in others. These believe in some prophetic attributes and deny others. Among them are those more unbelieving than Jews and Christians, and among Jews and Christians are those more unbelieving than them, according to how much each believed of what the messengers brought, and how much they denied. Abu Hamid al-Ghazali often follows this path in his books, yet he does not agree with the philosophers in everything. He anathematizes them on some matters and declares them astray in others, though in books attributed to him are things that agree with some of their principles. In the books said to be withheld from those unworthy, there is pure philosophy at odds with the religion of Muslims, Jews and Christians, even if cast in Islamic phrases. Some say those books are falsely attributed to Abu Hamid, others that he recanted. There is no doubt he stated publicly some of what those books contain, and reported in Al-Munkid min al-Dalal and elsewhere the misguidance in such things. He recounted how his quest for the sciences began, saying, "I applied the keen edge of my effort to the sensible and the self-evident. I examined whether I could cast doubt upon them. Prolonged scrutiny led me to the point where my soul would not concede trust even in the self-evident. I began to doubt the sensible data, recounting some sophistical doubts about the senses, until I said, when these thoughts came to me and were ignited in my soul, I sought a cure, but could not find it, for it could not be dispelled save by proof, and proof could only be arranged from first principles, and if those are not granted, proof cannot be arranged." Thus did the malady become chronic. It lasted nearly 2 months. I was then, by the state of my soul, upon the path of the sophists, though not by my doctrine or speech, until God cured me of that disease and infirmity. The necessary truths returned to me, accepted and trusted with assurance. It was not by a proof arranged or speech set in order, but by a light which God cast into my breast. That light is the key to most knowledge. Whoso imagines that unveiling, kashf, is restricted to bare proofs, constricts God's vast mercy. He continues, "What I intend by this story is that one know the thoroughness of the quest, even to seeking what ought not be sought. For first principles are not sought, they are present. To seek what is present is to make it absent. Then, when God relieved me of this illness, those who seek truth fell for me into 4 groups. The dialecticians, mutakallimun, who claim to be the people of reasoning and inquiry. The esotericists, batiniya, who claim to be the people of instruction, talim. Those singled out by the receipt of knowledge from an infallible imam. The philosophers, falasifa, who claim to be the people of logic and proof. And the Sufis, who claim to be the intimates of the divine presence, the folk of witnessing and unveiling. I said to myself, the truth is not outside these 4. They are those who travel the path in search of truth. If the truth were to slip from them, there would be no hope of obtaining it. I began, therefore, my pursuit, exhausting what each group offered. I began with kalam, then with philosophy, then with the instruction of the batiniya, and finally with the Sufi path. He says, I began with kalam. I mastered it, understood it. I read the books of its investigators. I wrote in it what I desired. I found it adequate for what it was devised for, but not adequate for my purpose. Its purpose is to safeguard the creed of al-Sunnah and to guard it from the confusion of innovators. God cast upon the tongues of his servants, through his messenger, the creed which is truth, upon which depends their well-being in religion and world, as the Qur'an and Hadith set out in their premises. Then Satan cast into the minds of the innovators matters contrary to the Sunnah. They clung to them, and nearly confounded the creed of the people of truth. So God raised a party of mutakallimun, stirred their zeal to champion the Sunnah by ordered discourse, uncovering the deceits of innovators contrary to the transmitted Sunnah. He adds, but most of their zeal was in extracting contradictions of their opponents and catching them by what they conceded or assumed. Thus, kalam did not suffice for me, nor cure the disease I complained of. He concluded, it did not remove utterly the darkness of perplexity in the divergence of mankind. I do not deny that may have happened for others. Rather, I do not doubt that it has, yet mingled with imitation in matters not among first principles. He then says, I turned, after finishing with kalam, to philosophy. I knew with certainty that one cannot detect the corruption of a discipline without having penetrated to the utmost of that discipline, so that one equals the most learned of them in the roots of the discipline and then surpasses him, going beyond to what he has not reached, so that one sees what he did not see of its depth and pitfalls. He continues, I persevered until the tricks and deceits of philosophy were laid bare for me, and what therein was real yet imaginative. I saw their factions, the atheists, dahriyun, the naturalists, tabiyun, the theists, ilahiyun. I found them, despite their many divisions, deserving the indictment of unbelief and heresy, although there is indeed a great difference between their ancients and their moderns, the former being nearer to truth. He runs through the 3, then says, as for the theists, the latecomers like Socrates, the teacher of Plato, Plato, the teacher of Aristotle, and Aristotle, he arranged for them logic, polished their sciences, and kneaded for them what had not been kneaded before, clarified for them what was obscure. He rebutted the first two, the Dariyun and the naturalists, and exposed their scandal, so that God spared the believers battle by their battle. Then Aristotle rebutted Plato and Socrates and those before him among the theists, a rebuttal wherein he spared neither effort nor courtesy, though he retained from their vile unbelief remnants which he was not granted to abandon. He and those Muslim philosophers who follow him, like Ibn Sina and Al-Farabas, must be declared unbelievers. Then he divides their sciences into 6: mathematics, logic, physics, metaphysics, politics, and ethics, and he expounds the valid and the corrupt. This is not the place to detail it. He goes on, "When I finished with philosophy, attaining and teaching, and refuting what deserved refutation, I knew that it too did not attain my aim. Reason is not independent in encompassing all that is sought, nor in lifting the veil from every difficulty." He then turns to the Batiniya, their instruction, the claim of an infallible imam whom one must seek across lands. He reports that when asked of what they had learned from their imam, and when objections were raised for them, they did not even comprehend the objections, let alone answer them. That they postponed to a hidden imam, saying, "One must journey to him." And so they spent their lives seeking the teacher without learning anything. He likens them to one stained in filth, who labours to find water, and when he finds it, does not use it. He then says, "I turned to the Sufi path. I knew their way is complete only through knowledge and action, the sum of their knowledge, to traverse the obstacles of the soul, to purify it of blameworthy traits and vile attributes, to empty the heart of all save God, to adorn it with remembrance of God. The sum of their action, devotion to the inner reality, not merely to outward form." He says he began with the knowledge, reading Qut al-Qulub of Abu Talib al-Makku, the works of al-Harith al-Muhasib, and the scattered sayings of al-Junaid, al-Shibla, and Abu Yazid al-Bistam, and that he realized the heart of their matter cannot be attained by learning, but by tasting and state and the exchanging of attributes. The difference between knowing the definition of health and satiety and being healthy, sated, between knowing the definition of drunkenness and being drunk. The drunk is drunk and cannot define drunkenness. The physician can define it, but he is not drunk. Likewise, knowing the truth of renunciation and being a renunciant. He says, "I came to know with certainty that they are people of states, not of mere words. That what can be acquired by way of learning I had acquired, and what remained had no path save tasting. I therefore stripped myself of attachments, renounced wealth and status. I fled to Syria, then to the Hijaz. I secluded myself for a near decade." He relates, "During that time there were unveiled to me things beyond count. I came to know with self-evident certainty that the Sufis are those who have walked the special paths of God, that their way is the best of ways, that their character is the purest of character, that if the intellects of the intelligent, the wisdom of the wise, and the knowledge of those who probe the secrets of the revealed law were to join to improve anything in their way and character, they would find no way to do so. All their movements and stillnesses, inner and outer, are taken from the light of the lamp of prophethood. There is no light on earth after the light of prophethood by which to be guided." He says, "By practicing their way, it became immediately clear to me the reality of prophethood and its distinctive property." He then expounds the utter human need for prophethood, that man's essence is born blank. Then the senses furnish him a first stage, then discriminative reason another, then speculative reason by which he grasps logical necessities and possibilities and impossibilities. Then, beyond reason, there is another stage, wherein another eye opens, by which he beholds the unseen and what shall be. Reason is barred there, as sense is barred from grasping concepts. Just as the child denies the concepts of reason until he matures, so some men deny the unveilings of the prophetic stage, which they have not reached. God has given mankind a miniature of this in sleep. The sleeper beholds the unseen, as if awake. Were it not known by experience that a man falls into a state where his senses slump as if dead, and yet he beholds the unseen, it would be declared impossible. Since this prophetic quality has an analogue, dreams, we ought not deny that a higher degree exists. He says, doubt in prophethood is either about its possibility, its existence, or its attribution to a particular person. The possibility is proven by existence. Existence by the existence in the world of disciplines that cannot be attained by reason alone, like the hidden properties of medicines and stars, for such cannot be known by experiment, some of which recur only in 1,000 years, nor by reason. Rather, they come by divine bestowal. He concludes, as for the miracles of prophets, reason by itself cannot attain to them. As for other distinctive properties of the prophetic kind, they are apprehended by tasting in the Sufi path. If one lacks even an analogue in oneself, one cannot comprehend, let alone believe. He then says, to know that a particular man is a prophet, certainty is only reached by knowing his states, by direct sight, or by recurrent hearing. Just as we know that Al-Shafir is a jurist and Galen a physician, by reading their works and practicing their arts, so if you grasp the meaning of prophethood and read the Qur'an and the Hadith, and then try what he commanded of devotion and the effect in purifying hearts, and the truth of what he said on thousands upon thousands of particulars, you attain necessary knowledge that he is at the highest degree of prophethood. This, for those like me, is a stronger path to certainty than the splitting of the moon or the staff becoming a serpent, for, viewed in isolation, such could be suspected to be magic or illusion. But this must be one proof among many, a strand among strands, until necessary knowledge settles in the heart, like recurrent report. This, in sum, is the path Abu Hamid lays out, useful for leading the philosopher to a kind of faith. And I say much that he reports of witnessing and unveiling for the Sufis, of seeing the confirmation of what the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, reported, and the benefit of what he commanded, is true in many matters. When one comes to know this, it becomes proof for his truthfulness in what one has not yet known. Just as, in a science, when one sees that a given master's speech perfects what one already knew and adds what one could not obtain, one knows that he knows beyond what one knows. Thus one who knows medicine, upon reading Hippocrates, one who knows grammar, upon reading Al-Khalul and Sbawai, one who knows the religious sciences, upon reading the words of the Imams of the earliest generations, knows their superior mastery. One who has trodden the paths of renunciation and worship upon hearing of the states of the great renunciants. One who governed people upon reading the conduct of Umar ibn al-Khattab and Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, knows the difference between such men and the likes of al-Hajjaj and al-Mukhtar. Likewise, with a glance, one knows the difference between our Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, and Moses and Jesus, peace be upon them, and between him and Musaylimah and al-Aswad al-Ans. This path yields certain knowledge that the prophets are the most complete of creation and the best of them. that no one is fit to oppose them by his own opinion, nor to oppose them by his desire. But it does not by itself furnish the quiddity of prophethood, unless one confesses that the prophet is more knowledgeable than oneself. Whoever attains the unveilings and addresses obtainable by the allies of God, awliya, knows that what is for the prophets is above what is for the allies. Umar ibn al-Khattab, God be pleased with him, concerning whom it is in the Sahih: among those before you there were inspired muhaddathun. If there be any such in my community, it is Umar, and God has cast truth upon Umar's tongue and heart. And in Al-Tirmidh, had I not been sent among you, Umar would have been sent. Umar knew by what he tasted of inspiration, that what came to the prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, of revelation and angels, and what he informed of the unseen, and what he commanded and forbade, was something that exceeded his capacity and surpassed his power. He found between himself and that a distance beyond the grasp of heart or tongue. And Umar, through what he had of inspiration, knew that Abu Bakr was more perfect in knowledge and certainty, more complete in truthfulness and character, and more knowledgeable of the Prophet's worth. God bless him and grant him peace. Thus Umar's humility before Abu Bakr was the humility of one who sees another surpassing him in his own field, like Al-Akfash before Sabawai, Zufar before Abu Hanifa, Ibn Wahb before Malik, or the jurists of Medina before Sa'd ibn al-Musayyab, the scholars of Basra before Al-Hasan al-Basr, the jurists of Mecca before Atta ibn Abi Rabah. And if this was the case of Umar with Abu Bakr, who took from the messenger who is protected against wresting error, how then must be Umar's state with the Prophet himself, peace and blessings be upon him? If this is the case of the best of those inspired, what of others? No doubt the greater a man's alliance with God, and the more his portion of uncovering realities, the greater his veneration for prophethood. People vary in this path by their degrees. Yet the Sufi path does not unveil all that the messenger brought, indeed not most of it. Much of what the messenger, God bless him and grant him peace, reported can never be known by Abu Bakr and Umar, let alone others, without his report. They may have knowledge of the fundamentals, but not the detailed specifics. Claims that unveiling yields the entirety of what the law reports, or that the allies witness the truth of everything that the law brought, are not sound. The allies remain, with the prophets, in faith in the unseen. None of the allies is given what the prophets were given of witnessing an intimate address. The best of the allies are Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Allah. None of them witnessed what the Prophet, peace be upon him, witnessed on the night of the Ascension. None saw with the eyes what he saw of the angels descending with revelation. None heard God's speech as Moses heard it, and neither Abraham nor Jesus heard God's speech as did Moses, let alone any of the allies. Faith in all that the prophets brought is obligatory. They are protected, but faith in everything that any ally says is not obligatory. Indeed, it is not permissible. Everyone after the messenger is taken from and left, save the messenger. May God bless him and grant him peace. Whoever disparages any prophet is to be put to death as an unbeliever, an apostate, unlike the case for a wali. God says, say, we believe in God, and in that which has been sent down to us, and that which was sent down to Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, and the tribes, and in that which was given to Moses and Jesus, and in that which was given to the prophets from their Lord. We make no distinction between any of them, and to him we are surrendered. 2:1-36. And the messenger believes in what has been sent down to him from his Lord, and so do the believers. Each believes in God, his angels, his books, and his messengers. 2:285. And we sent no messenger or prophet before you, but that when he expressed a desire, Satan cast into his expression. But God abrogates what Satan casts. Then God affirms his verses, and God is all-knowing, wise. 22:52. If someone cites the reading attributed to Ibn Abbas, nor a muhaddath, we say that reading is neither recurrent nor known to be sound. It is not permissible to argue from it in fundamentals of religion. If it were sound, its meaning would be that muhaddath was among those before us. They needed him to cancel what Satan cast. As for this community, it needed none but Muhammad. Peace and blessings be upon him. For that reason, the communities before us were not sufficed by a single prophet. This prophet would refer them to another prophet. Thus they needed a number of prophets and a muhaddath. But God sufficed the community of Muhammad with Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and with none other of the prophets and messengers. How then would they need a muhaddath? Thus he said, among those before you there were muhaddathun. If there be any in my community, it is Umar. He suspended it on a perhaps, not a certain, for he knew his community did not need a muhaddath, as it did not need another prophet. Whether there be a muhaddath among them or not, they attained completeness by their messenger, the most complete of messengers. What was an advantage in earlier communities is not needed here. And it has indeed appeared in the words of Abu Hamid and others that one sometimes makes the knowledge of what is to be interpreted and what is not to be interpreted contingent upon a divine enabling, by which the realities are beheld as they are. Then one turns to the revelation and its language, and whatever agrees with one's unveiling one affirms, and whatever does not, one interprets. Elsewhere he says that it may occur for a single ally of God to hear God's speech, just as Moses, son of Imran, heard it, and the like of such assertions. For this reason it became clear to him, at the end of his life, that the path of Sufism does not attain his whole aim. He sought guidance through the prophetic reports, turned to Al-Bukhari and Muslim, and died while engaged upon them, in his best state. He disliked what had found its way into his books of this sort that people objected to, so much so that Al-Mazar and others said in meaning that some of his words shake faith in prophethood and diminish its rank. Likewise, his statement that prophethood is the opening of another power over and above reason. There is no doubt that this is something for the prophets, yet prophethood is not a power by which one apprehends matters. It is beyond the powers that all share. Rather, it resembles the philosopher's doctrine that the overflow from the active intellect is constant, and what the hearts receive depends upon the preparedness of each person. Upon their doctrine, there is nothing among the higher beings that singles out one person over another by an address and a speech. This is not the religion of Muslims, nor of the Jews or Christians. All of these, save those who have become atheists among them, agree that God singled Moses out for speech, not Aaron nor another, that he chooses for prophethood whom he will among his servants, not that by preparedness alone one receives the overflow of knowings without a divine singling out. Here people have divided into three parties. One party says prophethood is nothing but God's informing the servant, his speech, and the legal commands are God's speech pertaining to the acts of those charged with duty. And they say that the sending and the informing are merely relations additions, attributes of relation only. These are some of the later speakers among the affirmers of destiny, adherents of Jam and Abu al-Hasan and others who oppose the Mu'tazila and the philosophers concerning God's act and his judgment. The philosophers speak of nature and causation, the Mu'tazila of choice bound by rational law, obliging God to the best and most just, and the like. The Sun theologians, Kullabs, Ashars, Karams, and others who claim the Sunnah refute them all on what they depart from concerning destiny, attributes, and the eternal punishment of grave sinners, as they refute the philosophers on what they depart with from the religion of Muslims. Yet among these latter there is dispute about wisdom and benefits, the reasons for acts and rulings, whether acts have attributes by which their goodness or badness is perceived. This is not the place to detail it. It is known that informing and sending are from God's speech, and that command and prohibition are from his speech, and that the command relates to the act, and that the sending and informing relate to the messenger and the prophet. People have three sayings here. First, that it is only God's speech relating to that act or that person, merely a relational attribute. For they say the predicate that is the object of a saying no more than that is a said of. Second, that this returns to an attribute standing in the prophet and in the act. Third, that it includes both. The legal ruling includes the speech of the legislator and an attribute standing in the act. Prophethood includes God's address and an attribute standing in the prophet. This third is the way of the early generations and the leading imams and the majority of Muslims. The philosophers and Mu'tazila also affirm goodness and badness in acts, returning to attributes within them that yield praise and blame. For them, the address of the lawgiver only uncovers what is there, it does not place it. The philosophers make it return to what perfects or mars the soul. For this reason, they make prophethood the perfection of the rational soul, by which it's prepared for the overflow of knowledge from the active intellect, without any actual address from God. God's speech for them is nothing but what arises in the prophet's soul, sounds heard within, not outside him, the angel's lights that he sees, within, not without, like the sleeper who sees forms that address him, all that is within. Hence Abu Hamid took this as a path to proving prophethood, as did Ibn Sina and his likes. There is no doubt that whatever they approach of truth, the people of faith affirm. Yet they know more than those of falsehood know. What the philosophers have known of these matters, the people of faith do not deny. They deny their restricting truth to these alone. I have elaborated this elsewhere, answering a Khurasan question on the Qur'an and the speech of God, and I mentioned the degrees of God's addressing his creation. They are levels. The philosophers have affirmed some of the levels and denied others. Indeed, perhaps they have not exceeded the lowest levels, the level of inspiration and its like, nor have they given that level its due. As for the Mu'tazila, they are better than the philosophers. They affirm what the Qur'an tells concerning angels and their ranks, but they deny that God has speech standing in his essence. The reality of their doctrine is that God does not speak, he creates speech in other than himself. When the Jamia innovated this statement, they used to say, God does not speak, or he speaks metaphorically. The Mu'tazila refused that manner of speech. They said he speaks in truth, but they explained it as he creates speech in another. They did not contradict the early Jamia in the essence of the doctrine, only in the words. The early generations and the Imams, perceiving the reality of their doctrine, knew it to be unbelief, that it nullifies the message in truth, that it is impossible that one be speaking with a speech that does not stand in him, but in another, just as it is impossible that he be knowing with a knowledge in another, powerful by a power in another. If this were so, then what he creates of speech in his creatures would all be his speech. God said, "They will say to their skins, 'Why did you bear witness against us?' They will say, 'God has made us speak, he who makes everything speak.'" 41:21. And he said, "Today we set a seal upon their mouths, and their hands speak to us, and their feet bear witness to what they were earning." 36:65. Since it is established that God is the creator of all things, then upon their saying, "Every speech in existence is his speech," the monists made it explicit, those who say existence is one, like Ibn Arab of the Fusus and his likes. Every speech that is in existence, his speech it is, alike to us are its prose and its rhyme. Their doctrine is the end of the Jahmiyyah's doctrine, in truth the nullification of the Creator, and that this existence is the necessary existence. Abu Hamid has mentioned this of the Dahas among the philosophers. The saying of those is the saying of these, the saying of Pharaoh made manifest. Pharaoh and other Dahas do not say, "This existence is God." These, in their ignorance, say, "Existence is God." They have led astray groups of sheikhs who had devotion and renunciation, so that a man in Beit al-Maqdis, among the most devout and abstemious, was heard all night saying, "Existence is one, it is God. I do not see the one, I do not see God." They walked, in many of their foundations, upon what Abu Hamid mentioned, built upon what is in his Al-Madnun bihi ala ghayri ahlihi and others, of the philosopher's foundations clothed in Sufi devotions. What the scholars of Muslims condemned him for, these men approve, and they revile him for what the Muslims praise, for the statements wherein he held fast to the book and the Sunnah and to plain reason. They claim that this, his orthodox adherence, veiled him from their ultimate truth, which is the monism of existence. They were emboldened by the philosopher-tinged statements in his works. Our purpose here, the Mu'tazila are better than the philosophers, in that they affirm a speech of God that is separate from him. They say that messengership includes the descent of God's speech, separate from the prophet, upon him, as other Muslims say. Some among them even say that prophethood is a recompense for prior works, that when the prophet fulfills rational obligations, God honours him with prophethood, while the prophet is also distinguished by qualities with which God singled him out. This, in general, agrees with most people. That prophethood includes God's speech descending upon his messenger and prophet, and that alongside this he is singled out by qualities that set him apart from the rest of mankind. He is not like the rest in reason and character and the rest. And prophethood is God's grace. God knows best where to place his message. 6:124. What Abu Hamid cited, of establishing prophethood generally upon premises conceded by the philosophers, is of use to one who is a philosopher pure and simple. It draws him into Islam with a kind of entry. Abu Hamid's discourse in this and the like serves as a bridge between the philosophers and the people of religions among Muslims, Jews and Christians. The philosophers benefit, gaining of faith and knowledge, what philosophy alone cannot furnish. But the one who is Muslim, seeking to complete his knowledge and faith, this course may harm him in one respect. It turns him back from much of the perfection of faith in God, his messenger, and the last day, even if it benefits him by shielding him from pure philosophy, unless he favours philosophy over the foundations of Islam, in which case it will lead him to outright atheism, as befell Ibn Arab al-Ta'o, Ibn Sabin, and their likes. He, Ghazali himself, reported his sophistical doubt. He said he found at the time 4 groups: the Mutakallimun, the esotericists, the philosophers, and the Sufis. It is known that all these groups arose after the age of the companions, indeed after the age of their followers, and flourished after the first 3 generations of the companions, their followers, and the followers of the followers. The philosophers and the esotericists are outright unbelievers. Their unbelief is manifest to the Muslims, as he and others have stated, and evident to anyone with the least knowledge and faith, provided he knows the reality of their doctrine. One who is ignorant of their reality may cling to some of their sayings without knowing their unbelief. Such a one is excused for his ignorance. Among the Mutakallimun and Sufis are men of knowledge and faith, many indeed. Among the latter generations there are those like Al-Fudail ibn Iyad, Abu Sulaiman al-Daran, Ibrahim ibn Adham, Ma'ruf al-Karkh, and their likes, the best of the Muslims, whose excellence is acknowledged among the Muslims. In their time the name Sufis appeared. Kalam also arose. The speech of the early generations and the Imams in condemning the innovations of Kalam and the innovations introduced into renunciation and worship is well known and plentiful. There was no disagreement among the people of knowledge and faith that the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "The best of generations are those I was sent among, then those that follow them, then those that follow them." Everyone of sound reputation among the people of knowledge or religion acknowledges that the best of this community are the companions, that one who follows them is better than one who does not. None of these 4 groups existed in their time. You will not find an imam in knowledge and religion like Malik, Al-Awza, Al-Thawr, Abu Hanifa, Al-Shafi'i, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Ishaq ibn Rahway, or a renunciant like Al-Fudail, Abu Sulaiman, Ma'ruf al-Karkha, and their likes, save that they plainly state that the best of their knowledge is that in which they followed the knowledge of the companions, and that the best of their acts is that in which they followed the acts of the companions, and that they see the companions superior to them in every gate of virtue and merit. Those who follow them, people of transmitted prophetic reports, the Ahl al-Hadith and the Sunnah, are the people of knowledge of the Book and the Sunnah in every age and land. Abu Hamid did not mention these, who are the best of creation among the first and the last, because their path is not known save to one who is deeply versed in the meanings of the Qur'an, in the Sunnah of God's Messenger, may God bless him and grant him peace, and in the reports of the companions, one learned and acting thereby. This was not the milieu in which Abu Hamid was raised. He did not receive from that class. He was not deeply versed in the path of the companions and the followers. He said of himself, "I am meagre in the merchandise of hadith." Hence, in his books, there are many weak and fabricated hadiths and reports, things upon which one who knows the transmissions cannot rely. God, however, benefited him by what he found in the books of the Sufis and jurists, and in the Qut al-Kulub of Abu Talib, the Risala of al-Kushaira, and others, and in the books of the Shafi school and their likes. The best of what he brings is what he takes from these. It is known that the path of the Imams of Sufism and the Imams of jurisprudence is more complete than that of Abu al-Qasim al-Kushair and Abu Talib and al-Harith, and that the Imams were more knowledgeable of the path of the companions and more following thereof than their followers. Qad Abu Bakr al-Baqilan and his likes are more learned in the foundations and the Sunnah, and more following of it, than Abu al-Ma'al and his likes. Al-Ash'ar and al-Qalanisi are above Qadr Abu Bakr, and Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Kullab. Al-Harith al-Muhasibus is above these. Malik, Al-Awza', Hamad ibn Zayd, Al-Layth ibn Sa'd, and their likes are above those. The followers above them, the companions above the followers. Abu Talib al-Maku derives from his Sheikh Ibn Salim. Ibn Salim from Sahl al-Tustar. Sahl, among the people, is above Abu Talib, but Al-Fudail and Abu Sulaiman and their likes are above Sahl and his likes. Ayub al-Sakhtian, Abdullah ibn Aun, Yunus ibn Ubaid, and their likes among the companions of Al-Hasan are above these. Uwais al-Qaran, Amir ibn Abd Qais, Abu Muslim al-Khawlan, and their likes are above these. Abu Dar al-Ghifar, Salman al-Faris, Abu al-Darda, and their likes are above these. Whoever travels to God in knowledge and action upon a way not prescribed, out of accord with the book and the sunnah, and what the early generations and the imams were upon, must fall into an innovation, whether in doctrine or in act. Whoever travels upon a path not broad and straight must stray from the clear road, though what a man does of this may be from ijtihad, erroneous yet forgiven, or it may be a sin, even a major sin, or unbelief. But the prescribed way, in knowledge and action, is the most upright, without crookedness. God said, "This Qur'an guides to that which is most upright." Tit 9. Ibn Mas'ud said, "God's messenger drew a line, and drew lines to its right and to its left. Then he said, 'This is God's path, these are paths, upon each a devil calling to it.' Then he recited, 'This is my straight path, follow it, and do not follow the bypaths, for they separate you from his path.' 6:153. Al-Zur said, "Those who have passed among our scholars used to say, clinging to the Sunnah is salvation." Thus it was said, the parable of the Sunnah is like the Ark of Noah. Whoever boards is saved. Whoever lingers behind is drowned. Related from Malik. Whoever follows the legal prophetic way needs not to make his faith, before puberty, hinge upon doubt, nor to fabricate an inquiry to prove the Maker's existence, nor to dwell in doubt about everything, as befell Jam ibn Safwan and his likes. It is related he remained 40 days not praying until he could prove he had a Lord to worship. This state often afflicts the Jamia and the dialecticians, whom the early generations and the Imams condemned. As for the sincere believer, whisperings may befall him, doubts and specious arguments may rise in him, yet he strives to repel them. This is inevitable. In the two Sahihs, the companions said, "O Messenger of God, one of us finds in himself a thought. For him to become charcoal or to fall from the sky would be more beloved than to speak of it." He said, "Have you indeed found it?" They said, "Yes." He said, "That is pure faith." In other narrations, praise be to God who has reduced Satan's scheme to whispering. The speech of the early generations and the Imams concerning the novelties of Kalam and the novelties in renunciation is extensive elsewhere. What we intend here is the recognition of people's degrees in knowing prophethood and its worth, and the multiplicity of ways therein. Most ways employed are beneficial, yet their benefits vary. Some harm in a respect even as they benefit in another. Some benefit one who lacked faith, or whose faith was weak, granting him a measure or strengthening what he has, even if they harm one whose faith is strong. His return to them a kind of falling back, like one who had grasped a strong rope with a firm handhold that does not break, then traded it for a rope that is weak, near snapping. This is a matter whose description is long. As for what Abu Hamid said, that the way he followed yields necessary knowledge of prophethood and not the way of miracles, each man knows what he himself has obtained, necessary knowledge or otherwise. He is not knower of what another has. Many among the people of inquiry and kalam say the opposite, that knowledge of prophethood is not attained save by miracles. This is the saying of most mutakallimun, and those who followed them, Qad Abu Bakr, Qad Abu Ya'la, Abu al-Ma'ala, al-Mazar, and their likes. The truth, what most people are upon, is that knowledge of prophethood is attained by many ways, miracles and other than miracles, and that necessary knowledge of prophethood is attainable, as Abu Hamid said, indeed that one may obtain necessary knowledge of prophethood in the generality he mentioned. Most who restrict knowledge to one path or another and claim it is not obtained otherwise are mistaken. This is common among many dialecticians in proving the Maker's existence, the origination of the world, divine unity, prophethood, and the like. One adopts a single path, alleging that knowledge is only obtained thereby. The path may be corrupt. He may even impugn what in truth is a correct path, claiming it is false. Often the cause of knowledge that settles in the heart is not the disputational proof one uses in argument. A man's knowledge of many things comes by ways and causes he neither marshals nor counts, and even if he marshalled them, his tongue would not suffice to express them. If asked to set forth the proof that would bring another to know, he may not know a proof to convince one who did not share his causes. Or he may be unable to express the proof even if he grasps it. The proof by which one knows is a thing. The argument by which one convinces another is another. Often they coincide, often they differ. Our purpose? To warn of the multiplicity of the ways of knowledge of prophethood and others. To note people's discourse here is upon degrees. A man's words may be praised relative to one below him and censured relative to one above him. Faith has degrees, and each receives according to his portion. Thus Abu Hamid, with all that is found in his words, refutations of philosophers, anathematizing them, aggrandizing prophethood, and the like, and with the right things he says, noble and beneficial, there is found in some of his words a philosophical content, and things ascribed to him that agree with the philosopher's corrupt foundations, contrary to prophethood, contrary even to plain reason, so that many scholars of Khurasan, Iraq, and Al-Maghrib criticized him. His companion Abu Ishaq al-Marwaz, Abu al-Wafa ibn Aql, al-Qushayr, al-Turtush, ibn Rushd, al-Mazar, and many earlier scholars. Ibn al-Salah noted this in his Tabaqat of the Shafi'is. Abu Zakaria al-Nawawi reported it. He said in that book, a section stating important matters objected to against Al-Imam Al-Ghazali in his writings which the people of his school and others did not approve, out of his singularities in conduct, among them his saying in the preface to Logic at the beginning of Al-Mustasfa, "This is the preface of all sciences. Whoever does not encompass it has no trust in his sciences at all." Sheikh Abu Amr said, I heard the Sheikh Al-Imad ibn Yunus reporting from Yusuf al-Dimashqi, professor at the Nizamiya of Baghdad, one of the famed dialecticians. He objected, "And what of Abu Bakr, Umar, and so?" Meaning, those great masters, how excellent was their certainty, though they never encompass this preface or its causes. Sheikh Abu Amr added, I was reminded thereby of what Abu Hayyan al-Tawhid reported in Al-Imta wal-Mu'anasa, that the Vizier Ibn al-Furat gathered a session in Baghdad with all manner of men of intellect, among them the Nazran philosopher Mata. He said, Let someone among you undertake to debate Mata's thesis, that there is no path to distinguishing truth from falsehood, proof from sophistry, certainty from doubt, save by what we have gathered of logic. Abu Sa'd al-Suraf, versed in sciences, took him on. He debated him till he silenced and exposed him. Abu Muhammad said, "This is not the place to prolong it." Sheikh Abu Amr continued, "It is not hidden how the people of intellect and knowledge before Aristotle and after him did not need to learn logic to attain their abundant knowledge. Logic, in their claim, is a regulative art that protects the mind from error. But every sound mind is logical by nature. How, then, did Al-Ghazali overlook the case of his own sheikh, the Imam al-Haramain, and those before him among the Imams who preceded him in fulfilling the truths? Yet not one ever planted any foundation upon logic." He adds, "Al-Ghazali's blending of logic with the foundations of jurisprudence was an innovation whose evil consequence upon jurists has been great, so that many among them became half-philosophers. God is the one whose help is sought." Abu Abdullah al-Mazar, the jurist theologian, a master in Malik's school and al-Ash'ari's, wrote a letter describing Al-Ghazali's condition and the state of his ihya. He issued it when Al-Ghazali was still alive, in response to questions from East and West, with divergent opinions about him. He summarized, "Al-Ghazali plunged into sciences and authored many works. He became famed as an imam in his land, so that opponents shrank before him. He mastered jurisprudence and its roots, more versed in jurisprudence than kalam. As for fundamentals of religion, he did not master them exhaustively. His preoccupation with philosophy kept him, and reading philosophy emboldened him upon meanings and made him rash in attacking realities, for philosophers run with their thoughts. No law to restrain them, no fear of opposing imams to stop them. Hence something of presumption upon meanings entered him. He let himself go in meanings as one who cares not." One of his companions told me of his deep immersion in the epistles of the Brethren of Purity, 51 treatises, each a book. Their author is talked about, in some, a philosopher who dipped into the sciences of the law, blending the two, sweetening philosophy to the folk of the law by dressing it in verses and hadiths. In our late times, there emerged a philosopher named Ibn Sina. He filled the world with his books. Claiming Islam, he wore the garb of the Muslims. With his force in philosophy, he strove to reduce the foundations of belief to philosophy. He succeeded in this as no other philosopher did. I found Al-Ghazali relying upon him in most of what he indicates in philosophy, sometimes reproducing his words verbatim, sometimes rewriting them in Islamic garb, being more knowledgeable of the secrets of the law than him. Thus, upon Ibn Sina and the author of the Brethren's epistles did Al-Ghazali rely in philosophy. As for his Sufism, I do not know upon whom he relied, nor to whom he ascribed himself. He continues, "In the Ihya are fatwas built upon what has no reality, like his recommendation in clipping the nails, that one begin with the forefinger, since it has preference among the fingers as the finger of the tashahhud, then the middle finger, for it is to the right, then the left in a circle, as if the fingers were arranged as a circle. He then recommends finishing with the right thumb. This was told me by one I trust who had the book." He adds, "It was brought to some of our companions, the first part of the Ihya. He found there the statement that if one reaches puberty and dies without knowing that the Maker is pre-existent, he dies a Muslim by consensus. Whoso is so lax in reporting consensus on something like this, when rather the consensus is more likely the opposite, how can one trust all he transmits?" And so on. I said what Al-Mazar mentioned about the Sufi materials in Abu Hamid is correct, by his own admission. He did not know upon whom he relied. Al-Mazar did not have with him the same attentiveness to the Sufi books, reports and doctrines as he had to kalam, philosophy and the like. For this reason he did not know. The material of Abu Hamid was not solely from Abu Hayyan al-Tawhada's work, nor mainly. Abu Hayyan is dominated by eloquence and rhetoric, combined with literary, philosophical and kalam strands. He was charged with heresy by more than one, paired with Ibn al-Rawand, as Ibn Aql and others said. The bulk of Abu Hamid's reliance was upon Abu Talib al-Makkah's Qut al-Qulub, al-Harith al-Muhasib's works, al-Kushayr's Risala, and scattered Sufi sayings and reports that reached him. What he cited in the Ihya from the Imams on condemning kalam is from Ibn Abdul Barr's Jami' Bayan al-Ilm. What he cited of litanies and remembrances is from Ibn Khuzayma's Kitab al-Dhikr. Hence the hadiths in that part are good. He sat with some sheikhs of the path as he met them. Yet he took from the Sufi's speech mainly what touches deeds, ethics, renunciation, discipline and worship, the sciences of dealing. As for the sciences of unveiling, hinted at in the Ihya and others, there he drew from the philosophers and their likes, as in Mishkat al-Anwar and al-Madnun. By blending Sufism with philosophy, as he blended foundations with philosophy, he ascribed to Sufism men not of the accepted sheikhs, those who possess a fair name in the community, indeed men opposed to them in the foundations of faith, the oneness of God, the message, the last day. He made these the doctrines of Sufis, as Ibn Tufail in Hayy ibn Yaqzan, Ibn Rushd al-Hafad, the author of Khal al-Ilm, Ibn Arab of the Futuhat, and Fusus, Ibn Sabn, and their likes, who pose as Sufis, while in truth they are hypocrites, heretics, who end with saying incarnation and union, and following the Kamatians of impiety, the libertines who deny command and prohibition, promise and threat, imbibing the doctrine of pure decree, by which no difference is made between prophets and messengers on the one side, and every haughty tyrant on the other. They speak of a kind of innovative realities alien to the legal realities, not upon the path of the allies of God, who are, after the prophets, the best of creation. In the end of their realization, they abolish command and prohibition and worship, opposing the messenger and following other than the path of the believers, and they take the path of the Satan's allies. Then they speak of incarnation and union, which is the utmost unbelief. For this reason the Gnostics warn, Abu al-Qasim al-Junayd and his likes say oneness is to distinguish the created from the eternal, and they insist upon following command and prohibition, clinging to worship until death. Thus we find these men, Ibn Arab, Ibn Sabn and their likes, rejecting al-Junayd and his likes of the sheikhs, claiming they alone realized, when they have realized only heresy, entrance into incarnation and union. The true Sufi sheikhs have ever warned against such impostors, just as the imams of jurisprudence warned against the innovating hypocrites among philosophers and dialecticians. Abu Nu'aym, in the opening of Hilyat al-Awliya, and al-Qushayr in his Risala, and greater than both of them in knowledge of the Sufi way, have set this out. Abu Nu'aym said at the opening of the Hilya, "You asked us to compile a book of the names and some of the hadiths and sayings of the realized imams of the Sufis, ordered by ranks among the renunciants of the companions and those after them. Those who knew the proofs and realities, touched the states and ways, dwelt in the gardens, freed themselves from attachments, and to disavow the severed and shallow, the claimants among the procrastinators and the slothful imitators, those who resemble them in dress and speech, yet oppose them in creed and state. This because news reached you of our tongues and those of the people of fiqh and hadith being unleashed in all lands against those who affiliate to them among the libertines, the unionists, the unbelievers. The disgrace that has befallen the liars does not impugn the virtues of the righteous. Indeed, our disavowal of the liars and denunciation of the idle demagogues exalts the truth of the sincere. Then he cited, with chain, the hadith of Abu Huraira reported by Al-Bukhari. In God's words, "Whosoever shows enmity to a friend of mine, I have declared war upon him. My servant draws near to me by nothing more beloved than what I have made obligatory upon him. And my servant continues to draw near to me by extra works until I love him. When I love him, I am his hearing with which he hears, his sight with which he sees, his hand with which he strikes, his foot with which he walks. If he asks me, I shall give him. If he seeks refuge in me, I shall grant him refuge. And I am not hesitant about anything I do, as I am hesitant about the soul of my believing servant. He hates death, and I hate to harm him, and yet it must be. I say, the people of knowledge and faith of all parties praised those who conform outwardly and inwardly to what the messenger brought, and condemned those who depart from it, whether in belief or in deed. Whoever agrees in some respects and opposes in others, like the sinner who knows he is sinning, is praised for what he agrees in, blamed for what he opposes in. This is the way of the early generations and the imams among the companions and those who follow them, in the matters of the names and the judgments, al-azma wal-ahkam, the first dispute that arose in fundamentals of religion. When the Kharijites declared unbelievers those guilty of grave sin, making the grave sinner an unbeliever eternally in the fire. The Mu'tazila agreed that his faith and Islam vanish entirely, and that he is eternally in the fire, but disagreed over the name. They did not call him an unbeliever. They said, a fasik, not a believer or Muslim, not a disbeliever, a station between two stations. Thus, in name, they were closer to the Sunnah. In judgment in the hereafter, they are with the Kharijites. Their root, they imagined one and the same person cannot deserve both reward and punishment, promise and threat, praise and blame. So they abolished all his good deeds because of his single grave sin. They said, faith is obedience, and so vanishes with some of obedience. The Murji'ah and Jahmiyyah agreed with them that faith does not divide, neither name nor judgment, so that the faith of the dissolute equals the faith of prophets. The jurists among the Murji'ah said it is profession and speech, and they agreed with the mainstream that some of the sinners of the community must enter the fire. Many of their divergences are in the name, not the judgment. I have elaborated elsewhere. I distinguish the indication of a name alone from its indication when coupled with others, like poor and needy. In isolation, they include one another. Together, they are distinct. Just as good and evil, in commanding the good and forbidding the evil, include all obligations and all prohibitions. Yet when, as in prayer forbids indecency and evil, 29:45, some evils are singled out, the indication is now by explicit mention, where before it was by inclusion. Thus, faith is sometimes mentioned alone, not coupled to obligatory works. There, works enter by implication, and sometimes coupled to works. There, the works are mentioned by explicit mention. The indication of faith, when coupled, is either suspended or inclusive by implication, as in those who hold fast to the book and establish prayer. 7:170. Verily I am God. There is no deity but I. So worship me and establish prayer to remember me. 20.14. Recite what has been revealed to you of the book and establish prayer. 29:45. The works are included within faith by implication in, for instance, only they are believers whose hearts tremble when God is mentioned. And when his verses are recited to them, it increases them in faith, and upon their Lord they rely. 8:2. And only they are believers who have believed in God and his messenger, then do not doubt, and who strive with their wealth and their selves in the way of God. Those are the truthful. 49:15. And only they are believers who have believed in God and his messenger, and when they are with him upon a matter of common concern, they do not depart until they seek his leave. 24:62. Whoever studies the book and the Sunnah knows the legal names, faith, prayer, ablution, fasting, are not negated in the law, save for the absence of what is obligatory in them, not for the absence of what is recommended. As for those who have believed and done good works, such are the best of creation. 98:7. The work being mentioned either for emphasis or because coupling does not alter the name's indication. This removes many a verbal dispute. Faith varies with the variety of what God has commanded the servant. At the beginning of the mission, the obligatory faith and the required submission and acts were not like at the end. Then it was not required to affirm or act upon all that was later revealed, those later obligations and prohibitions and reports. Faith grew incrementally as the Qur'an was revealed incrementally, as the religion manifested incrementally, until God revealed, "Today I have perfected your religion for you, completed my favour upon you, and chosen for you Islam as your religion." 5:3. Likewise, the servant, the first moment the messenger's summons reaches him, the witnessings are what is required. If he dies before the time of prayer enters, nothing beyond the profession is required. He dies with the complete faith that was then required. Another, upon whom the times enter, has more complete faith than him. The deficiency of the first is like the deficiency in women's religion. You are deficient in reason and in religion. In the hadith, when asked about this, he said, "Is not the testimony of 2 women equal to that of 1 man? That is deficiency in reason. And when she menstruates, she does not pray or fast. That is deficiency in religion." Prayer, then, is not obligatory upon her. This deficiency is not blameworthy, yet one who completes is better. But one who falls short of what is obligatory is blameworthy. There is thus a deficiency in faith and religion for which one is not blamed, because it was not obligatory, either because one is unable, legally or practically, or because it is recommended, and a deficiency for which one is blamed due to leaving the obligatory. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said to the slave girl of Mu'awiyah ibn al-Hakam al-Sulam. When he asked her, "Where is God?" she said, "In the heaven." He said, "Who am I?" She said, "You are the messenger of God." He said, "Free her, for she is a believer." This does not prove that one on whom obligations have settled, then leaves them and commits forbidden acts, deserves the unqualified name as she deserved it. She had manifested no neglect of an obligation or commission of a prohibition. The Prophet's calling her a believer does not contradict his saying, "The adulterer does not commit adultery while he is a believer. The thief does not steal while he is a believer. The wine drinker does not drink wine while he is a believer. For the one who has left what is obligatory loses the name to the extent of what is removed. Following this, one who has believed in what the messengers brought in general, when the details reach him, and he affirms them in detail and acts upon them, has increased his religion and faith accordingly. One who sins and repents, who is heedless and then remembers, who falls short and then returns, his faith increases accordingly, like the saying of the companions, such as Umayr ibn Habib, faith increases and decreases. When asked how, he said, when we praise God, remember him, and declare his transcendence, that is an increase. When we are heedless, forget, and neglect, that is a decrease. Also, the heart's assent is followed by the heart's works. When the heart assents to what God deserves of divinity and the messenger of what he deserves of messengership, love of God and his messenger follows, necessarily along with magnifying God and his messenger and obeying them. This is inseparable, save for an ailment like arrogance or envy, ailments that lead to refusing to worship God, to hating his messenger, ailments that led to disbelief, the disbelief of Iblis, of Pharaoh, of the Jews, of the disbelievers of Mecca, and other obstinate deniers. If they fail to follow their knowledge with the required works of heart, it may be that their hearts are sealed so that the knowledge and assent are removed. When they swerved, God caused their hearts to swerve. 61:5. Moses said to Pharaoh, "You know that none has sent down these as proofs save the Lord of the heavens and the earth." 17:102. God said, "Let me mount up to the heavens, that I may reach the God of Moses, for I think him a liar." Thus was made alluring to Pharaoh the evil of his deeds, and he was barred from the way. 40:36-37. God has made plain that the coming of signs does not force faith. They swore by God with their utmost oaths that if a sign came to them, they would believe. Say, signs are with God, and what will make you realize that when they come, they will not believe? And we shall confound their hearts and their eyes, as they did not believe the first time, and we shall leave them in their arrogance, wandering blindly. 6:109-110. Our purpose here, that leaving what is obligatory in acting upon knowledge, knowledge that is the necessary effect of assent, can lead to the removal of assent itself. It is said, knowledge cries out for action, if answered, else it departs. It has been said, we used to seek God's help in preserving knowledge by acting upon it. What is in the heart of assent to what the messenger brought, if not followed by its effect and requirement in action, may vanish. The existence of the cause entails the existence of its effect. The absence of the effect entails the absence of the cause. As knowledge and assent cause will and action, the absence of will and action leads to the absence of knowledge and assent. If the cause is complete, the absence of the effect indicates the absence of its supposed cause. If the cause is partial, the absence of the effect indicates the absence of its completion. A decisive assent in the heart is followed by its necessary effects, according to ability, like a decisive will in the heart. If coupled with ability, what is willed, or as much as is possible of it, occurs inevitably. If ability is present and the act does not occur, what is present is not a decisive will. Such cases are excused. Likewise, a decisive assent in the heart, when present, is followed by some work of the heart, necessarily. It cannot be detached. If no work of the heart follows, it is known that there was no decisive assent, hence no faith. The decisive assent may be followed by imperfect works of the heart, for an ailment of desire, like arrogance, envy, and the like. But the foundation is that assent is followed by love. If love fails to follow, that is for the weakness of the assent that would have produced it. For this reason, the companions said, "Everyone who disobeys God is ignorant." Ibn Mas'ud said, "Suffices as knowledge the fear of God, suffices as ignorance self-delusion." For this reason, speaking unbelief without coercion is unbelief by consensus among the leading jurists, even the Murji'ah, unlike the Jahmiyyah and their followers. From this is reviling the messenger and hating him, reviling the Qur'an and hating it, reviling God and hating him, and the like, not matters of mere assent, love, veneration, and alliance, but of denial, hatred, and enmity. Since the heart's faith has outward consequences, the outward is evidence for the heart's faith, its presence and its absence. You will not find a people who believe in God and the last day loving those who oppose God and his messenger, even though they be their fathers, sons, brothers, or kinsfolk. 58:22. If they had believed in God and the Prophet and what was sent down to him, they would not have taken them for allies. But many of them are transgressors, 5:81, and so forth. After this, whether faith in Arabic is the name of mere assent without its necessary consequences, or the name of both together, becomes a verbal dispute. One may say that its indication differs when the term is alone or coupled. Some say the root of faith in Arabic is assent. Then they say assent is by tongue and by limbs. Speech is called assent, and work is called assent, as in the Hadith. The two eyes commit adultery, their adultery is the glance, the ears, their adultery is listening, the hands, their adultery is touching, the feet, their adultery is walking, the heart desires and longs, and the privates confirm or belie that. Al-Hasan al-Basra said, "Faith is not by wish or by adornment. Rather, it is what settles in the heart and is confirmed by works." Others say, rather, faith is acknowledgement, not equivalent to assent. Assent is said for reports of testimony or of the unseen. Faith is more specific. Yusuf's brothers were told, "You will not be believed by us." 12:17. We will not give you faith. One believes in God and believes the believers. To believe in the Prophet is to assent to him. To believe the Prophet is to assent to his report. One says to one who says, "One is half of two," or "the heaven above the earth." You have assented, not you have believed. Faith is derived from amn, peace, an inner tranquility that befits those matters in which souls hesitate and are perturbed, reports of the unseen, not matters observed, and so on. In sum, the jurists among the Murji'ah, what separates them from the mainstream is small, and some of it verbal. Among the leading imams, this was found among some of the Kufan jurists, Hamad ibn Abu Sulaiman, his disciple Abu Hanifa, and their followers. As for the doctrine of the Jahmiyyah, that faith is mere assent of the heart without the tongue, none of the famous imams said this. It is recent and attached to the Murji'ah. Some of the later Ash'ars agreed with the Jahmiyyah in this. As for Ibn Kullab, his speech agrees with the Murji'ah, not with the Jahmiyyah. The last of the sayings in time, the Karamiyyah said, "Faith is the name of the utterance of the tongue, even if without the heart's belief. This is the worst of the sayings. Yet its adherents do not oppose in judgment. They say this is the faith of hypocrites that does not avail in the hereafter." The route that led all of them, and the Kharijites and Mu'tazila, to error. They imagined that faith does not divide. If some goes, it all goes. The people of the Sunnah say it divides, it diminishes, but does not vanish entirely. The Prophet said, "From the fire there will exit whoever has in his heart the weight of a mustard seed of faith." Thus, 3 sayings. The Kharijites and Mu'tazila opposed in name and judgment. They denied division in both. They removed from the grave sinner the name of faith entirely and obliged eternal punishment. The Jahmiyyah and Murji'ah opposed in name, not in judgment. They allow that he be rewarded and punished, praised and blamed, but they do not allow that he has some faith without some. Many among the Murji'ah and Jahmiyyah stand still regarding the threats, do not affirm they will be carried out upon any particular grave sinner, as did some among the Ash'ars. It is reported that some extremists denied the threats altogether, but I know not a famous one named. Some attribute this to Muqatil ibn Sulaiman. The more likely it is false. As for the Imams of the Sunnah and the community, they affirm division in name and judgment. A man may have some faith, not all. He has of the rulings of the people of faith, and their reward according to what is with him. And he has of punishment according to what is against him. God's alliance, wilayah, for his servant is according to the servant's faith and piety. For the allies of God are those who believe and are mindful of God. Lo, verily the allies of God, no fear shall be upon them, nor shall they grieve, those who believe and who are mindful of God. 10:62-63. Upon this, the one who interprets and errs in his interpretation, in doctrinal or practical matters, even if he speaks an innovation contrary to a text or to an ancient consensus, not knowing he opposes it, he is like one who errs in a fatwa or in judgment by his ijtihad. He is rewarded for his striving that conforms to obedience to God, and not rewarded for his error, and he may be excused. Then there may be in him some neglect of an obligation or following of desire. This is a sin, perhaps a major sin. Perhaps the proof God sent with his messengers will be made clear to him, and he will oppose it, following a path other than the believers. Then he is an apostate hypocrite, or an open apostate. Speaking of persons requires this distinction. As for speaking of kinds of statements and deeds, inner or outer, of beliefs and willings, they must be returned to God and his messenger. What agrees with the book and the Sunnah is truth. What disagrees is false. What agrees in one respect and disagrees in another. It holds both truth and falsehood. Our purpose here, that the people of knowledge and faith, in what they affirm and deny, praise and blame, are agreed on this foundation. For this reason, you find the Imams of knowledge and religion among the jurists and renunciants condemning the innovations that oppose the book and the Sunnah in beliefs and acts, among the people of kalam, opinion, renunciation, Sufism and their likes, even if among those are some who strive and are rewarded for their striving, their error forgiven. It is established from the Prophet by many paths that he said, "The best of generations are those among whom I was sent, then those that follow them, then those that follow them." The first generation attained, in the perfection of knowledge and faith, a state that the second did not, the third likewise lower. The emergence of innovation and hypocrisy was according to distance from the Sunnah and faith. The stronger the innovation, the later it appeared. The lighter, the nearer its occurrence. For this reason, the first to appear were the innovations of the Kharijites and the Shia, then of the Qadariya and the Murji'ah, the last, the innovation of the Jahmiyyah. Ibn al-Mubarak, Yusuf ibn Asbat, and a group of Ahmad's companions and others said The Jahmiyyah are not among the 72 sects. They are heretics. Many of their innovations have been entered by people who are not heretics, but they accepted the words of heretics out of ignorance and error. God said, "Had they gone forth among you, they would have added nothing to you save confusion, and they would have hurried to and fro among you, seeking to cause you sedition, and among you are those who would lend them ear." 9:47. He informed that among the believers are those who would answer the hypocrites. What some believers fall into of the states of the hypocrites is of this category. Our purpose, to know that there has never ceased to be in the community of Muhammad those who command right and forbid wrong, that his community will not agree upon error, that when something false happens, some truth is falsely denied, or some falsehood is proclaimed, God must raise up those who distinguish. Thus the truth is made clear to the people. Everyone is given his due. Aisha said, God's messenger commanded us to place people in their proper stations. This is not the place for what the people did of these matters. Our purpose is to point to its generalities, needed in these times. Books of renunciation and Sufism, like books of jurisprudence and opinion, contain sound and weak reports, even fabricated reports, and statements, some true and some false. Books of Kalam contain more falsehood, much of it, and types of heresy and hypocrisy. The books of philosophy are mostly falsehood, much outright unbelief. As for Ihya al-Dan, it has the judgment of its analogues. Therein are many sound hadiths, many weak and fabricated hadiths, because the author's material in hadith, the reports and the words of the early imams, is weak. His best material is the Sufi material. Had he pursued therein the path of Sufi imams who know the prophetic reports and guarded himself against the monist Sufism of the Sabians, he would have achieved his aim. In the end of his life, he followed this path. The best in his book is what he takes from Abu Talib's Stations of the Gnostics. For Abu Talib knew the taste of the Sufis by state, and knew their speech and reports by hearing, and dealt more with their great sheikhs. Our purpose here, the ways of knowing the truth of the Prophet's claim, are many indeed. The Prophet reports from God, either reporting God's words or his command and prohibition. Each of the one reported of, and of that reported, indeed, of those reporting him, who affirm or deny, bears proof of the desired aim, apart from the extraordinary signs, and the reports of ancients, and mystical voices and soothsayers, and the like. The reporter, absolutely, has many things by which his truth or lying is known, not merely as with recurrent report, indeed not merely as with a solitary report accompanied by signs that yield knowledge. Among these are judges and hadith masters, knowing of a man's uprightness, so that he validates him and judges by his testimony, without seeking validation for every validator. For if every validator required a validator, there would be infinite regress. There are also cases in which the liar, or even the disbeliever, by signs, may be known necessarily to be truthful in a particular report. So how then with him known for truth in many things? Thus one who has intimate knowledge of God's messenger, like his wife Khadijah and his friend Abu Bakr, when he informs them of what he saw or heard, necessary knowledge of his truthfulness settles in them, that he is no deliberate liar, and the Prophet must have necessary knowledge that what came to him is true and not false. Thus his informing is like recurrent report. The lying claimant to prophecy, like Musaylima, Al-Aswad, and their likes, liars reveal their lies in their very speaking. One who informs of the unseen, present or future or past, cannot but lie, and his lying becomes manifest. just as the lying of soothsayers and astrologers becomes manifest. Likewise, the false claimants to religion, to sainthood, and to sheikhhood. Even if they tell the truth sometimes in some matters, they must lie in others. Their lies outweigh their truths. On the contrary, his lying will outweigh his truthfulness, and his reports and commands will contradict one another. This is the way of God, a way you shall never find altered. And had it been from other than God, they would surely have found in it much contradiction. 482. As for the truthful prophet, God's attested one, he informs of what is beyond the senses, and his reports prove true and conform to reality. The more he reports, the more his truthfulness appears. The more closely he's engaged and tried, the more his truth shines forth. Like pure gold, which the more it is smelted, the purer it becomes, and the more its essence is revealed. Unlike the gilded, which at the trial is exposed and shows that its inner reality is contrary to its outward show. Hence it is mentioned in the earlier scriptures that the liar does not endure long, 30 years or less. There has never been a false claimant to prophethood, but that his veil is torn and his affair laid bare. While the prophets who are truthful, their truth is ever more manifest. Even those who display knowledge of some disciplines, or skill in some crafts, or righteousness, piety, and renunciation. These must be distinguished one from another, and their truth from their falsehood uncovered. The truthful endure, the liars are cut off. Such is the course of habit and the way of God, a way you shall never find altered. As for the one of whom report is given, and by whom report is given, like a prophet who reports of God that he has said such and such, or commanded such and such, his report must be true, and his command just. Perfected is the word of your sustainer in truth and justice. There is none who can alter his words, and he alone is the all-hearing, the all-knowing. 6:1-115. The matters he reports and commands may at times arouse the minds to their parables and rational evidences whereby their soundness is known, so that what the intellect knows by his indication and guidance of the truth he has reported and of the prescription he has commanded stands as witness that he is a guide and instructor, a teacher of good, not a misleader, not a seducer, not a teacher of evil. Such is the condition of the truthful, the righteous, not of the lying, the impious. For the lying, impious one cannot be that what he commands is justice, and what he reports is truth. And if he happens at times to report some matters of the unseen, suggestions cast to him by a devil coupled with him, it remains that he must be a liar, an impious one, as God says, "Shall I tell you upon whom the Satans descend? They descend upon every liar steeped in sin. They lend an ear, yet most of them are liars." 26:221, 223. This is a clarification that the one who comes to him is an angel, not a Satan. For Satan does not descend upon the truthful, the righteous, so long as he is truthful and righteous. Satan thereby gains no end. He descends upon those who resemble him in diabolic ways. The liar steeped in sin, the impious wrongdoer. At other times the prophet reports matters and commands deeds whose truth and benefit are not at first apparent to the intellects. Yet when a person believes his report and obeys his command, he finds therein such unveiling of realities and such benefits and fruits that he knows he is possessed of great knowledge, truthfulness, and wisdom, of a degree known to none but God, greater than that by which the truth of a physician becomes manifest when his prescriptions are followed, or the wisdom of a counsellor when his counsel is acted upon. Thereupon the souls obtain necessary knowledge of the perfection of his mind and his truthfulness, and when thereafter he reports matters of necessity, things he sees or hears, the souls obtain necessary knowledge that he is truthful, not one who deliberately lies, and that he is certain of what he reports, free of error and mistake, more certain than the truthfulness of one who reports what he saw in a dream, or what marvel he witnessed. For a report is assailed either by deliberate lying or by error, whereby one thinks a matter to be other than it is. But when it is of matters known by necessity, whose persistence only strengthens and clarifies them, the possibility of error is removed. And when the reporter seeks truthfulness, such that there is of necessity knowledge of the negation of deliberate lying, the prospect of intentional falsehood is lifted. As for knowledge of justice in what he commands, and of exemplary justice in the one who commands, this is known sometimes from the rational evidences and parables we have set forth, and this is what predominates in what the prophets mention. Upon them be peace of the fundamentals of religion in knowledge and practice. And sometimes it becomes manifest by experience and trial. And sometimes one argues from what is known to what is yet to be known. Furthermore, it has been known that the world has never been without prophethood. From Adam, upon him be peace, to our Master Muhammad. May God bless him and grant him peace. The truthfulness of the later prophet is known by several things. Among them that the earlier prophet informed of him as our prophet, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, was given as glad tidings by the prophets before him. So too did the prophets before him give glad tidings of the Messiah. And at times his truthfulness is known because he brings the like of what they brought in report and command. The lying, impious one cannot have his reports and commands in agreement with the prophets. He must needs oppose them in the universal principles upon which all the prophets agree: God's oneness, prophethood, and the final return, just as the ignorant or unjust judge must oppose the practice of judges who are knowledgeable and just. Just as the ignorant or lying mufti and the lying or ignorant physician must be opposed by what the practice of the people of knowledge and truth has established. Although some may differ with others in matters of ijtihad, one knows the difference between such matters and opposition in universal principles that admit of no breach. Thus people can distinguish among princes, judges, muftis, hadith transmitters, physicians, and all other classes, between the truthful man of knowledge, even if he differs with others who are truthful and knowledgeable in some things, and the one who is ignorant or lying or unjust. They distinguish this from that, just as they know from the conduct of Abu Bakr and Umar such knowledge and justice as admits of no doubt, even if there were between them disputes in matters of ijtihad, such as the particulars of stipends and the like. Moreover, if two men report a long affair composed of many parts and branches without collusion, and it is, in the ordinary course of things, impossible that they should agree upon deliberate lying or error therein, we know they are truthful. Suppose two men witness an incident of war, or the Friday or festival prayer, or the death of a king, or the change of a government, or they hear a sermon, or read a letter from a governor, or they peruse a book, or they memorize it, and we know that they have not colluded. When one of them then comes and reports all of that in detail, item by item, without collusion, we know he is truthful. And when the other reports, as the first reported, in detail, item by item, without collusion, we know he is truthful. Even if two men memorize an Arabic qasida, say of Imru al-Qais, and someone who has not memorized it asks one to recite, and he recites it, then asks the other to recite, and he recites it as the first recited, then the listener knows it is the very same. Similarly with the books of jurisprudence and hadith, of language and medicine and other such things. Or suppose a king sends envoys to his commanders and lieutenants with a certain matter, and one envoy informs the addressees that the king has commanded such and such, explaining it in detail, and the other informs another group of the same, without knowing of the other envoys being sent. Then one knows certainly that this is the command of the sender, and that both are truthful. For it is known by necessity that it is impossible in matters of lying and error to find such agreement in such a case. And it is known that Moses, upon him be peace, and other prophets, God's blessings upon them all, before our prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, had informed of God's oneness, his names, his attributes, his angels, his commands and prohibitions, his promise and his threat, and his sending of messengers, what they informed of. It is also known to whoever knows the state of our Master Muhammad, may God bless him and grant him peace, that he was an unlettered man who grew up among an unlettered people, and who neither read any book before it, nor wrote one with his own hand. You did not recite before this any book, nor did you write it with your right hand, else would the deniers have doubted. 29:48. His people, among whom he grew up, did not know the knowledge of the prophets. Rather, they were among the most extreme of people in idolatry and ignorance and distortion, and in denial of the final return. They were among the farthest of nations from God's oneness, among the greatest given to associating with God. Yet when you contemplate the Qur'an and the Torah, you find them agreed in the general purposes: the oneness of God, prophethood, the overarching acts of worship, the rest of the names and attributes. Whoever knows this knows, with necessary knowledge, the truth of what the Negus said, this and that which Moses brought issue from a single lamp, and of what Waraka ibn Nawfal said, this is the Namus who came to Moses. God said, say, have you considered, if it be from God, that you disbelieved in it, and a witness from among the children of Israel bore witness to its likeness? 46:10. And he said, so if you are in doubt concerning what we have sent down to you, ask those who have read the scripture before you. The truth has indeed come to you from your sustainer, so be not among the doubters. 1094. And he said, the disbelievers say, you are not sent. Say, God suffices as a witness between me and you, and he who has knowledge of the book. 1343. And the like of that, wherein the earlier scriptures bear witness to what our prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, reported. Such reports are transmitted among the people of the book by recurrent transmission, just as are the miracles of Moses and Jesus. Upon them be peace, even if many of the fine points they claim have not been recurrently transmitted among them, because recurrent transmission among them has been cut off. The difference is apparent between the widely known universal propositions, the roots of the revealed laws known to all communities, and the fine particulars known only to select individuals. So it is that the obligation of the 5 daily prayers, the fast of the month of Ramadan, the pilgrimage to the house, the prohibition of sexual immorality and lying and the like, these are recurrently known among the generality of Muslims. Most do not know the detailed rulings and the recurrent practices known to the specialists. Thus, if in the books held by the people of the book, and in their recurrent transmissions, there is what accords with what our prophet, God's blessings upon him, reported, there are therein weighty benefits, among the wisdoms in admitting them to the covenant of jizya. The first, when the agreement of the messengers upon such matters is known, their truthfulness in what they reported of God is known, since Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, reported what Moses reported, without collusion or consultation. The second, It is proof of the agreement of all messengers in the fundamentals of religion. And it is known that God's messengers before him were men from among humans, not angels. So let not our Master Muhammad, may God bless him and grant him peace, be singled out as if he alone had brought these truths. Say, I am not an innovation among the messengers. 46:9. And we sent before you only men to whom we revealed, chosen from the people of the towns. Have they not travelled the earth and seen what the end of those before them was? Surely the abode of the hereafter is better for those who are God-conscious. Will you not then use your reason? Until, when the messengers despaired and thought that they were belied, our succour came to them. And whomever we willed, we saved. And our might is not turned back from the people who are sinners. In their stories, indeed, is a lesson for those endowed with understanding. It is not a discourse invented, rather a confirmation of what was before it, and a detailed exposition of everything, and it is guidance and grace for a people who believe. 12:109, 111. The third, it is a sign of the prophethood of our prophet. May God bless him and grant him peace, in that he informed of what the prophets informed, without learning from any human. These are matters of the unseen. These are of the tidings of the unseen which we reveal to you. You did not know them, you nor your people, before this. So be patient. Surely the happy end is for the God-conscious. 11:49. And that is of the tidings of the unseen which we reveal to you. You were not with them when they agreed upon their plan and schemed. 12:102. And those to whom we gave the book rejoice at what has been sent down to you. Yet among the factions are such as deny a part of it. Say, I am only commanded to worship God and not to associate anything with him. Unto him I call, and unto him is my return. 13:36. And those who have been given knowledge see that what has been sent down to you from your sustainer is the truth, and it guides to the path of the Almighty, the all-praiseworthy. 34:6. Undeniably, the deniers of prophethood have sophistries, among them denying that God's messenger could be a human, among them alleging that what comes to him is a devil, not an angel, and the like. All of this God has answered in the mighty Qur'an, and expounded most excellently, though this place does not permit the full exposition of the Quranic arguments. God said, Alif, Lam, Ra. These are the verses of the wise book. Is it a wonder to people that we have revealed to a man from among them? Warn the people and give glad tidings to those who believe that they have a footing of truth with their sustainer. The disbelievers say, This is surely a manifest sorcerer. 10:1-2. And he said, Nothing prevented people from believing when guidance came to them except that they said, Has God sent a human as a messenger? Say, if there were angels walking on earth, composed and at ease, we would have sent down to them from the sky an angel as a messenger. 17:94-95. And had we sent down to you a writing on parchment so they could touch it with their hands, the disbelievers would still have said, This is nothing but manifest sorcery. 6:7. He made clear that were the messenger an angel, he would be in the form of a man. For they could not take from an angel upon his angelic form. And were he in the form of a man, the confusion would return, and they would say, Has God sent a human as a messenger? And he said, We sent before you only men to whom we revealed, chosen from the people of the towns. Have they not travelled the earth and seen what the end of those before them was? Surely the abode of the hereafter is better for those who are God-conscious. Will you not, then, use your reason? 12:109. And We sent before you only men to whom we revealed. Ask then those who possess the reminder if you do not know. 16:43. He commanded asking the people of the reminder, for it is recurrently known among them that the messengers were men. And he said, We have sent messengers before you, and we made for them wives and offspring, and it is not for a messenger to bring a sign save by God's leave. Every term has its decree. 13:38. In sum, establishing prophethood from the Qur'an is beyond what can be encompassed in this place. It is the very pillar of religion, the essence of the prophetic summons, the wellspring of all good, and the gathering of all guidance. As for the case of the one reported of, the prophet and messenger reports of God that he sent him, and there is no greater calumny than to lie against God, majestic and exalted. God said, And who is more unjust than one who invents lies against God, or says, It has been revealed to me, when nothing has been revealed to him, and who says, I will send down the like of what God has sent down. 693. He refuted the claim of the denier who rejects prophethood by saying, Say, who sent down the book that Moses brought? 691. For in that book there appeared signs and proofs. All the prophets and the believers followed it, and there accrued to it what did not accrue to any other. Thus the proofs of its truth are more numerous and more manifest than can be reckoned, unlike the gospel and the like. Moreover, it is the foundation. The gospel is its follower, except in what the Messiah made lawful. Thus God says, Have they not disbelieved in what was given to Moses before? They said, Two sorceries backing each other, and they said, We indeed disbelieve in both. 28:48, meaning the Qur'an and the Torah. In another reading, two sorcerers, i.e., Muhammad and Moses. Also, Behold, we have sent to you a messenger as a witness over you, even as we sent a messenger to Pharaoh. 73:15. And is then he who is upon a clear evidence from his sustainer, and there follows him a witness from him, and before it was the book of Moses, a guide and a mercy. 11:17. For this reason, the story of Moses is the greatest of the prophetic stories mentioned in the Qur'an, more extensive and elaborated than others. Ibn Mas'ud said, The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, spent most of his day relating to us the stories of the children of Israel. When he established the contrast with the condition of the liars, as being of three types, for a liar must either attribute the lie to God, saying he has sent it down, or suppress the agent, not attributing it to anyone, or declare that he himself has produced it as a rival. He said, And who is more unjust than one who invents lies against God, or says, It has been revealed to me, when nothing has been revealed to him, and who says, I will send down the like of what God has sent down. And if you could but see when the wrongdoers are in the throes of death, and the angels stretch forth their hands, relinquish your souls. Today you shall be requited with the punishment of humiliation for what you used to say against God untruths, and because you used to wax proud against his signs. 693. And as for the one of whom report is given, he is God, exalted is he. There is no doubt that one knows of the Lord by the evident signs he has set up, which sense perceives and reason comprehends, and by the parables he has struck, which are intellectual analogies, that it is impossible for the lie of a liar to be hidden, indeed impossible for the truth of a truthful one to be hidden. The Antichrist, for example, is known by manifold necessary proofs not to be God. He is a disbeliever, a fabricator. If his claim is known necessarily to be false, then what he brings of sophistries cannot be accepted. Necessary knowledge is not shaken by theoretical paths. Necessary truths are the root of theoretical conclusions. If the latter were to undermine the former, it would be the invalidating of the root by its branch. Both would perish. Moreover, there appears of his incapacity that which belies his claim. And likewise, whoever permits sexual immorality, wrongs, idolatry, and lying while claiming prophethood, his falsehood is necessarily known, for it is necessarily known that God does not command such things. Whether one says that acts are known by reason to be good or evil, or not. Not everything that is rationally possible and within God's power is open to doubt regarding its occurrence. We know of necessity that the seas have not been turned into blood, that the mountains have not been turned into rubies and the like of precious stones. This we know without relying on any particular proof, though we know God is able to effect it. Knowledge of occurrence or non-occurrence is one thing. Knowledge of possibility within God's power is another. Every person of sound nature knows, of necessity, that God does not command his servants to lie, to wrong, to associate partners with him, to commit indecencies and the like, things many liars might bring. Rather, one knows by a sound innate nature what befits the majesty of lordship. This is a wide gate, not the place to expand fully, but we have mentioned what the author of the Creed alluded to. These are the paths most of the theologians and others have trodden, and in establishing that a miracle indicates truthfulness, they adopted several methods. One was to say, manifesting a miracle at the hands of a lying pretender is evil, and God, exalted is he, is far exalted above doing what is evil. This was the method of the Mu'tazila and others who assert rational good and evil. Those who deny such rational judgments censured them for it. The Mu'tazila then made this the root of their religion, and embraced consequences by which they opposed the texts of the Book and the Sunnah, indeed plain reason, in many places. The reality of their position is that they did not affirm the messenger save by denying part of what he brought, as if to say, we cannot affirm him in one part except by denying him in another. They do not admit to denying him in anything. Rather, they malign the transmission at one time, and at another time force an interpretation on what is transmitted. But the falsity of what they have said is known, necessarily or by inference. For they said, auditory proofs depend on the truthfulness of the messenger. His truthfulness depends on God's being exalted above doing what is evil, since confirming a liar by a miracle is evil, and God is exalted above it. They said the proof that he is exalted above it is that only one who is ignorant of the evil of an act or in need does evil. God is exalted above ignorance and need. The proof of this is that one who is in need must be a body, but God, exalted is he, is not a body. The proof that he is not a body, they said, is what proves that the world is originated. The proof that the world is originated is that it is bodies and accidents, and both are originated. The proof that bodies are originated is that they do not part from events, and whatever does not part from events is originated. The proof of this is that bodies are never free of motion and rest, and these are originated, for events without beginning are impossible. They then felt compelled to say that every subject of attributes is originated, since attributes are accidents, and accidents can inhere only in a body. Having proved that body is originated, they concluded that God has no knowledge, no power, that he is not speaking in the sense that speech inheres in him. Rather, the Qur'an and other speech of God must be created in another. He may not be seen, neither in this world nor in the next. He is neither outside the world nor inside it, neither apart from it nor within it. They then added, he may not will other than what he commands, nor create his servants' acts, nor have the power to guide one who is astray, or lead astray one who is guided. For if he is able, yet commands, and does not help, that would be evil on his part. Upon this root they built the denial of the attributes and the denial of decree. They named themselves the people of divine unity and justice. They called those among the early generations and the imams who affirmed God's attributes assimilators and corporealists and compulsionists and rabble. They made Malik and his companions, Al-Shafi'us and his companions, Ahmad and his companions, among the rabble. We have expounded these matters elsewhere. The root of their error in decree is that they assimilated the creature to the Creator, glory be to him. Hence they are assimilators of acts. As for the root of their error in the attributes, it is their imagining that any subject in which attributes inhere must be originated, and this is among the most baseless of falsehoods. They concede that God is living, knowing, powerful, yet it is known that to say living without life, knowing without knowledge, powerful without power, is like saying moving without motion, white without whiteness, black without blackness, tall without tallness, short without shortness, and the like among derivative names whose meanings are denied even as their derivations are asserted. This is a denial of sense, of law, and of language. Second, it is also known that when an attribute inheres in a subject, its ruling pertains to that subject, not to another. If, then, he, glory be to him, creates speech in a locus, that locus must be the one speaking with it. The tree would be the one saying to Moses, "Verily I am God, there is no deity save me, so worship me." Whatever he causes to speak among creation would be his speech, yet the speech would belong to the creature. The expansion of this has its place elsewhere. Our concern here is what pertains to the establishment of prophethood. It may be said, one may affirm that he, glory be to him, is exalted above empowering a liar by a miracle without building upon the Mu'tazil root, by what is known from God's wisdom in his creatures, his mercy toward his creation, his way with his servants. That is proof that he does not empower a liar with a miracle unopposed by any counter-miracle. This approach can be broadened and established in a manner beyond this occasion. Just as we know by the order and perfection in his artifacts that he is knowing, and by what they contain of particularization that he is willing, so too by what they contain of benefit to creatures that he is merciful, and by what they embody of praiseworthy ends that he is wise. The Qur'an sets forth God's signs indicating his power and will, and his signs indicating his favour, mercy, and wisdom. This latter perhaps even more abundant in the Qur'an. O mankind, worship your sustainer who created you and those before you, so that you might remain conscious of him, who has made the earth a resting place for you, and the sky as a canopy, and sent down water from the sky, bringing forth therewith fruits as provision for you. Do not, then, set up rivals to God while you know. Chapter 2, 21, 22. And, have you considered that which you emit? Is it you who create it, or are we the Creator? We have ordained death among you, and we shall not be outrun, in order that we exchange your likes and bring you into being in what you do not know. And you have already known the first creation, so will you not remember? 56, 58, 62. In Surat Al-Rahman, he reiterates after each sign, "Which of your sustainers' favours will you two then deny?" 55. Pasem. In it, he mentions what indicates his creating, his knowing, his power, his will, and what indicates his favour, his mercy, his wisdom. So, too, in how the messengers address the disbelievers. Pharaoh said, "Who then is your Lord, O Moses?" He said, "Our Lord is he who gave to each thing its creation, then guided." He said, "What then of the former generations?" He said, "The knowledge of them is with my sustainer. In a book, my sustainer errs not, nor forgets. He who made for you the earth a cradle, and threaded for you therein pathways, and sent down water from the sky, and we brought forth thereby pairs of diverse plants. Eat, then, and pasture your cattle, surely in that are signs for those endowed with insight." 20:49-54. The like of this is abundant in the Qur'an. What has been innate in created things points to it. In man himself is a complete lesson. Whoever contemplates the creation of his members and what they contain of benefits for him, and what their structure contains of wisdom and usefulness, such as the saltiness of the eye's moisture, to preserve the fat of the eye from dissolving, the bitterness of the ear's moisture, to keep flies from entering, the sweet neutrality of the mouth's moisture, to sweeten what is chewed, knows with necessary knowledge that the Creator of this is possessed of such mercy and wisdom as astounds the intellects, together with what this evidences of will. Then, when he surveys what he finds among humankind, that whosoever magnifies his wronging of creatures and his harming of them, the end of that is evil. The curse and blame follow him. And whosoever magnifies his benefit to creatures and his beneficence toward them, the end of that is good. He infers from what he knows, what he does not yet know. He comes to know that a polity marked by wrong, cowardice, and miserliness is quick to perish, as God says, "O you who have attained to faith, what is the matter with you, that, when it is said to you, 'Go forth in God's way,' you cling heavily to the earth? Are you content with the life of this world over the hereafter? The enjoyment of the life of this world, compared with the hereafter, is but little. If you do not go forth, he will punish you with a painful punishment, and will replace you with another people. You cannot harm him in any way, and God has power over all things." 9:38-39. And, behold, you are those who are called to spend in God's way. Yet among you are such as are niggardly, and whoever is niggardly only against himself. God is the rich one, while you are the poor. If you turn away, he will replace you with another people, and they will not be the likes of you. 47:38. Thus is his way with the truthful prophets and their believing followers, and with those who deny the truth, these he helps, and for them he keeps a goodly remembrance among those who come later. Those he punishes and places the curse upon them. By this and its like, we know that he does not empower a liar with a miracle unopposed by any countering sign. For therein is such corruption and such harm to the servants that his mercy forbids it, such an evil end that his wisdom forbids it, such a breach with his known way and consistent custom that his will, known by his custom, precludes it. And had he, the prophet, dared to attribute to us some sayings, we would indeed have seized him by the right hand, and would indeed have cut his life vein, and none of you could have shielded him. 69:44-47. And if we had not made you firm, you might well have inclined to them a little. Then we would have surely made you taste double in life and double in death. Then you would not find for yourself against us any helper. 17:74-75. And Or do they say he has fabricated a lie against God? But if God so wills, he can set a seal upon your heart. God blots out falsehood and establishes the truth by his words. He is indeed all-knowing of what lies within hearts. 42:24. Section. This path was not adopted by Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ar and his followers, nor by those who agreed with them among the scholars of the madhabs, like Al-Qad Abu Ya'la, Ibn Aql, Ibn al-Zaghuna, Al-Ustad Abu al-Ma'al, and his companion Al-Ansar, Al-Shahrastan and others, and Abu al-Walid al-Baji, al-Mazar, and the like. This is because they do not deem it necessary to exalt the Lord above any action as such, for they know he does whatever he wills, and they do not hold to rational good and evil so that they might say, such and such an act is intrinsically evil, he's exalted above doing the evil. Rather, they say, injustice is not within the compass of power, for injustice is disposing in the property of another. Every act of his is a disposal in his own property, hence not injustice. Indeed, they say, it is permissible that he command anything whatsoever, and forbid anything whatsoever. They do not assign to acts qualities in view of which they are good or evil. The utmost of what they affirmed among the attributes by reason is that he is living, knowing, powerful, willing, and they added, as a matter of faith, that he is hearing, seeing, speaking. As for mercy and wisdom and the like, they did not establish them by reason. Indeed, some deny wisdom, understood as ends and purposes in his acts, and prevent saying he does a thing for the sake of another thing, as has been elaborated elsewhere. Our aim here is to sketch the ways of people in prophethood and the discourse by fairness and equity, without expanding every contested matter. The issue of rational good and evil is one in which the groups have differed. On both sides are those among Malik, Bir, Shafi'as and Hanbal'al. Among the Hanbal'als, those who affirmed rational good and evil include Abu al-Hasan al-Tamam and Abu al-Khattab. Those who denied include Abu Abdullah ibn Hamid, Al-Qadir Abu Ya'la, and most of his companions. The question of the ruling of things before revelation is, in truth, a branch of this. Among all these groups are those who said prohibited and those who said permitted. As for the Hanafas, most inclined to affirm in rational good and evil, and have narrated it explicitly from Abu Hanifa, may God have mercy on him. Among the people of Hadith are two sayings as well. Among those who affirmed are Abu al-Nasr al-Sijzo and his companion, Sheikh Abu al-Qasim Sa'id ibn Ali al-Zanjan. As for what is peculiar to the Qadariyah, the Mu'tazila, none of these agree with them in that. Yet these, and the great majority of jurists, indeed of the community, see that acts do have qualities, wherefore command and prohibition relate to them. The upshot is, whatever God commands is, by agreement, good, and whatever he forbids is, by agreement, evil. But does the goodness and evil of acts arise from the act itself, with command and prohibition merely revealing it? Or does the goodness and evil arise from the very attachment of command and prohibition to the act, or from both together? The first is the view of the Mu'tazila. For this reason, they do not permit abrogating a duty before the time of its performance enters, lest one and the same act be good and evil. This was also the view of Abu al-Hasan al-Tamim among Ahmad's companions, and others among the jurists. The second is the view of the Ash'ars and those of the Zahiris and jurists who agreed with them. Here, the effective causes of the law are mere signs. They do not affirm any inherent suitability between causes and acts. Yet these jurists contradict themselves in this. At times they say this in agreement with the Ash'ar dialecticians, but in most of their actual jurisprudence they say the contrary, as is found among Malikitum, Shafi, and Hanbal jurists. Or it may arise from both, and this is the view of the Imams. Upon it, the jurists conduct their jurisprudence in the Sharia. At times, a duty is commanded for a wisdom arising from the very command, not from the commanded act. This is what can be abrogated before the capacity for performance, as when the 50 prayers on the night of the Ascension were reduced to 5, and as when Abraham, peace be upon them both, was commanded to sacrifice his son. In sum, most of the Imams hold that God, exalted is He, is exalted above things that are within His power. They do not agree with those who deny this exaltation from what is possible, including injustice, though God, exalted, has negated injustice from Himself in the Qur'an and has forbidden it upon Himself, though He is able. Injustice such as depriving a person of his good deeds or burdening him with the sins of another. Whoever does righteous deeds, being a believer, he shall have no fear of injustice or of being deprived. 20:112. These do not agree with the Mu'tazila that God did not create the acts of His servants, nor will the occurrences. Rather, they say, God created everything. What God wills is, and what He does not will is not. Yet they affirm a wisdom in His act, and hold Him exalted above what is ugly. This is the view of the Karamiya and others among the theologians. It is the view of most Sufis and most of the people of Hadith, the great majority of the early generations and the Imams, and of the scholars and dialecticians among the Muslims. This is not the place to expand. These, then, take in establishing prophethood the path taken by Ibn Aql and others in other places, when they affirmed God's wise decree therein. He said, prophethoods are the mediation between God, exalted is He, and His creation, in the acts and abstentions that contain the interests of the duty bound. Confidence in them comes by what has preceded in our knowledge, by our inference that the Creator is wise. He does not empower a liar by a miracle. He does not enable any but one who is truthful to wield His miracles such that He reports of Him. When we knew this and were assured of it, we gained confidence in whoever is perfected in the conditions of prophethood. We knew that he is an envoy between us and God, His messenger in what He informs us, and we accept from Him without subjecting Him to the scrutiny of our minds or striking analogies to Him by our opinions and habits. We believe that He has come from one whose wisdom is above our wisdom, whose ordering is above our ordering. It is not impossible in reason, nor is it precluded by wisdom, that God make the prophets to remind the rational, to awaken them, to guide them to what is best, that which is not attained by reason alone, and whose essence cannot be reached by mere opinion and investigation. Just as it is that among the rational are some who are made wise, admonishers, reminders, teachers, and some who are in need of one who admonishes and disciplines them, and no one denies this. Thus the goodness of sending messengers is established by reason. For in God's commands and prohibitions are secrets of interests that the rational do not know nor attain by their reason, hence they need prophethood. I say, what concerns us here is that whoever does not exalt God above any possible act, who allows that He may do whatever can be done, and does not affirm any wisdom for his act, save the mere attachment of ruling and will to the objects, such a one needs, to see how miracle indicates truthfulness, another path. They have taken two. Each group, among the theologians and jurists from the schools of Malik, Al-Shafi'i, Abu Hanifa, Ahmad, took one. The first, held by most of their earlier sheikhs, is that the face by which miracle indicates the truthfulness of the claimant to prophethood is it is impossible that God be rendered unable to set up a proof indicating the truthfulness of the messengers. Their being confirmed is possible. This is known by necessity and by inference. There is no way to that confirmation except by creating miracles. If miracles were manifested at the hands of a liar, the proof of their truthfulness would be nullified. Then there would remain no means in the realm of the possible by which they could be confirmed. Thus, God would be rendered unable regarding the possible, an impossibility. Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ar relied upon this path, as did his companions, like the two Ustads, Abu Ishaq and Abu Bakr ibn Furak. So did Al-Qad Abu Bakr, in places in his works, and Al-Qad Abu Ya'la and Abu al-Hasan ibn al-Zaghuna. The second path, chosen by Abu al-Mahal and his followers, and said by him to be the favoured path of Al-Qad Abu Bakr, and alluded to by Abu al-Hasan in his Amal, is the method of Abu Muhammad al-Sabun and similar Hanafis. Miracles indicate truthfulness in that they stand in the place of an explicit verbal confirmation. Knowledge of this arises necessarily from circumstantial evidences, like knowledge of the blush of the shy, the trembling of the timid, the anger of the angry, the heat of a hot day, the import of a speaker's words. Knowledge of such things does not depend upon systematic argument. No objection of formal inference can touch it. They say, the face of the matter is this: when an act that breaks customary order is known to be from God, and known to be beyond human ability. And he does it at the time of a claim to messengership and request, or at the time of a statement in the place of request, either a particular miracle or other than a particular, matching the claim. And God is hearing the claim, knowing it, in the language norm of the prophet's people. Then he does what the messenger claims is not from himself. It is known that God intended by that to confirm him, that what he did of signs in such a state takes the place of his saying, "He has spoken the truth, I have sent him," in a way that the nation to whom he claims messengership understands to be a speech of confirmation from him. Rather, confirming him by act is farther from ambiguity and doubt. It is like the words of a claimant to messengership who says to Zayd, "If I be your messenger and companion, then write a note to that effect, or ride, or stand, or sit," and the like among evident actions. When Zayd does so, that stands in the place of his saying, "He has spoken the truth, he is my messenger and companion," and it is known, necessarily, that he intended by that to confirm him. They add, there is no way for miracles to indicate the truthfulness of messengers except this way, just as evidences indicate the truthfulness of speech. Al-Qad Abu Bakr ibn al-Baqilan, in one of his two sayings, and Abu al-Mal and others gave an example. Suppose a king sits for his subjects. The court is full. The people are burdened with heavy business. Each has taken his seat according to his rank. Then one of the king's special men stands up and says, "O witnesses, a grave matter has come upon you. A great calamity looms over you, and I am the king's messenger to you, his trustee over you, his watcher upon you. My claim is before the king's very eyes and ears. If, O king, what I claim is true, then break your custom, set your usual nature aside, stand up in your chamber, then sit down." The king does as he says, according to his claim. Then those present are certain, with necessary knowledge, that the king has confirmed him. They take the act issuing from him as the very explicit speech of confirmation. This is the chief example. If one were to strain sophistically and claim that no knowledge of the king's confirmation is thus obtained, this would be a denial of what is known necessarily. With the clear circumstantial signs of the state, the speech, we know by the very first intuitions of the intellect that none among those present would doubt the king's confirmation of the claimant. No one, after such signs, subjects his soul to skepticism or dithering. Such a case does not call for probing and syllogizing and long thought. The adept dialecticians and those without any such craft are equally apprised. Section. The author said, "The proof of the prophethood of the prophets is miracles, and the proof of the prophethood of our prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, is the Qur'an, miraculous in its structure and in its meaning." I say, it has become clear that prophethood is known by miracles and by other means, upon the soundest of views. As for the prophethood of our Prophet Muhammad, upon him the most perfect prayer and complete peace, it is known by many paths, among them miracles, among his miracles the Qur'an, and beyond the Qur'an. The Qur'an is miraculous in its wording, its composition, its meaning. Its inimitability is known in two ways, in the composite and in the detailed. As for the composite, it has been known by recurrent transmission that Muhammad, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, claimed prophethood and brought this Qur'an, and that in the Qur'an are verses of challenge and incapacitation, such as, or do they say, "Poet, we wait for the blows of time to strike him"? Say, "Wait then, I too am among those who wait." 52:30-31. Here he challenged them to bring the like of it. Elsewhere, say, "Bring 10 surahs like it, fabricated, and call upon whomever you can apart from God, if you are truthful." 11:13. He also told them they will not do so. And if you are in doubt about what we have sent down upon our servant, then bring a surah like it, and call your witnesses apart from God, if you are truthful. 2:23. Indeed, he told them that if all humankind and the jinn were to gather, they could not bring the like. Say, if all mankind and the jinn gathered together to bring the like of this Qur'an, they could not bring the like of it, even if they helped one another. 1788. It is also known by recurrent transmission that he called Quraysh in particular, and the Arabs in general, that the great majority of them at first denied him, harmed him and his companions, that they said of him all manner of things, sorcerer, poet, soothsayer, taught, madman, and the like, and that they sought to counter him, but did not bring a single surah like it. That indicates that they were unable to counter him, for a firm will does not fail to yield action when ability is present. It is known that their will to belie him and to nullify his proof was among the strongest. They were the most zealous of people to do so, to the point that they said about him what one knows to be false with the least reflection. Their greatest philosopher, the lone one among them who contemplated. He thought and calculated, then he looked, then he frowned and scowled, then he turned his back and waxed proud. He said, "This is nothing but sorcery passed down. This is nothing but the speech of a human." 74:18-25. This is not the place to recount the particulars. The point is what is known by recurrent transmission, that they were of the most eager and intent to set up a proof against him by which they could belie him, even to the point of clinging to counter-arguments where the difference is manifest. When there was revealed, "Truly you and what you worship apart from God are the fuel of hell," 21:98, they objected with the Messiah, until God distinguished between the two with his words. "Surely those for whom the best reward has gone before from us, those shall be removed far from it." 21:1-1. And he said, "When the Son of Mary is set forth as an example, your people cry out at it. And they say, 'Are our gods better, or is he?' They set it forth only for argument's sake. Rather, they are a contentious people." 43:57-58. Those who objected with such matters, how would they not claim to counter the Qur'an, were it in their ability? "You and what you worship is an address to the idolaters. It does not include the people of the book. The wording does not encompass the Messiah, as some imagine. They objected by the Messiah in the mode of analogy. If the prophets are among the fuel of hell because they are worshipped, then so is the Messiah. This is what God indicated. When the Son of Mary is set forth as an example, they made him an example for their gods. They did not present him in view of the universality of the wording, as some of the writers on the roots of law have imagined. For this reason, God clarified the difference between the Messiah and their gods. The Messiah is a servant of God. He deserves reward. He is not wronged by the sin of another, unlike stones. To make the prophets among the fuel of hell would be to dishonour them without right. Then his summons spread, first in the lands of the Arabs, then across the earth, until this day. The verses of challenge are recited. No one has been able to counter it with what might be imagined to be its like. When Musaylima came, and others, with what they brought, claiming they had brought its like, it was the stuff of mockery. No need of any expertise to see that it is not its like. It is as if one came to a cavalier, brave in full armour, wishing to do single combat, and brought a painted image strapped upon a horse. Thus Musaylima, "O frog, daughter of two frogs, how you croak! Neither do you muddy the water, nor do you prevent the drinker. Your head is in the water, and your tail is in the mud." And, "The elephant, and what shall make you know what the elephant is? He has a long trunk. This is of the creation of our Lord, the majestic," and the like. When the delegation of Banu Hanafa came to Abu Bakr, and he asked them to recite some of the Qur'an of Musaylima, they asked to be excused. He refused to excuse them until they recited. When they recited, Al-Siddiq said, "Woe to you! Where do your minds go? This is speech that has not come from the God," meaning from a deity, nay, from the Lord. He asked a rhetorical question, not seeking information but in rebuke, for the stark disparity, the lack of any confusion, the manifest fabrication upon such speech, and that God, exalted, is not one who speaks with such babble. The paths to recognizing the Qur'an's inimitability are many, diverse from many angles, not as some imagine, that its miracle is only in turning people away from countering it, or only in its eloquence, or only in its reports of the unseen, and the like. Each inquirer may see one face of its miraculousness, even if another does not perceive that particular face. To encompass all the faces is beyond the scope of this brief creed. Section. The author said, "Then we say, everything Muhammad, may God bless him and grant him peace, has informed of punishment in the grave, Munkar and Nakar, and the rest of the terrors of the resurrection, the bridge, the balance, intercession, paradise, and hell, is true. It is possible, and one who is truthful has reported it. His truthfulness is necessary." The discourse on this falls in several parts. First, this creed encompassed discourse on three matters. 1. Faith in God, exalted is He. 2. In his messengers. 3. And in the last day. These three are the informational, doctrinal roots of faith, all a part of every religion, the summons of every messenger. All the messengers agreed on them, just as they agreed upon the practical roots of faith: the obligation to worship God alone, without partner, the obligation of truthfulness and justice and honouring parents, the prohibition of lying, injustice, and indecencies. These universal roots, in knowledge and in practice, are the principles upon which all the messengers agreed. The surahs God sent down to his prophet, upon him be peace, before the Hijrah, called the Makkan surahs, comprised the establishment of these roots: Al-An'am, Al-Araf, the Alif Lam Ra surahs, the Hammam surahs, Tasin and the like. Faith in the messengers includes faith in the scriptures and in the angels who brought them. These 5 are the roots of faith in. True piety is not that you turn your faces to the east or west. Rather, true piety is he who believes in God, and the last day, and the angels, and the book, and the prophets, 2:177, and in whoever disbelieves in God, his angels, his books, his messengers, and the last day, has strayed far into error, 4:136. They are what the prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, enumerated in answer to Gabriel when he came in the form of a desert Arab and asked him about faith. That you believe in God, his angels, his books, his messengers, the resurrection after death, and that you believe in predestination, its good and its evil. The hadith was related by both Al-Bukhari and Muslim from Abu Huraira, and by Muslim from Umar ibn al-Khattab. It is among the most authentic of hadiths. Thus, those 3 encompass these 5. God revealed Surat al-Baqarah, the crest of the Qur'an, and gathered in it the landmarks of the religion, its roots and its branches. It is fitting to contemplate it. Therein lies an aspect of obligation. At its beginning, he mentioned the classes of people. 3, believer, disbeliever, and hypocrite. After that, he began to establish the roots of the religion. Faith in God, then in messengership, then in the last day. He revealed 4 verses describing the believers, 2 describing the disbelievers, and some 13 describing the hypocrites. Then he said, establishing the matter for the prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. O mankind, worship your sustainer, to a surah like it. 2:21-23. The challenge is mentioned thus in several places in the Qur'an. Second, the issues of the afterlife and the like are what Al-Ash'ar and his followers and those who agreed with them among the adherents of the 4 schools, Hanafas, Maliks, Shafi'is, Hanbals, call the auditories, Sam'iyat, in contrast to the chapters on the attributes and decree. This rests upon 2 roots. First, that these are known only by the auditory report, revelation. Second, that what preceded them is known by reason. Many, perhaps most, add a third, that the auditory cannot be known true except by those rational roots, like proving the world's origination. The investigators among them say, knowledge of the world's origination is not among the roots upon which the truth of the auditory depends. Rather, it is possible to know the truth of the auditory first. Then, by it, to know that God created the heavens and the earth and the like. As for the first 2 roots, groups have disputed them. Regarding the return, some have held that it is known by reason as well. Among those are groups of Mu'tazila, and others among the followers of the 4 Imams, even among the companions of Ahmad, like Ibn Aql and others. The theistic philosophers establish the return of souls by reason. Groups among the theologians and Sufis and others agree with them in establishing the return of spirits by reason, even though they also affirm the return of bodies, either by the auditory or by reason. The point, in their view, reason can know either the return of the spirits or the return in general. As for the philosophers' denial of the return of bodies, this is something upon the falsity of which the people of the Scriptures are agreed. Third, those who are affiliated with the religions, among Muslims, Jews and Christians, are muddled concerning what the prophets brought regarding the return. The investigators among them know that their proofs for the world's eternity and for denying the return of bodies are weak. They accept from the messengers what they brought. Some are stoppers, perplexed, evidences seeming to them to conflict and balance each other. Some persist in denial, then claim that what the messengers brought are parables set forth to make the spiritual return intelligible. If you press them, they avow that the messengers spoke untruths for the good of the world. If they beautify their phrasing, they say they imagine realities in imaginal forms. They say the exclusive property of prophethood is to imagine realities for the addressees. It is not possible to address the masses except in this way. Thus Al-Farab and the like claim. Yet Al-Farab himself has 3 contradictory sayings about the return of spirits. At times he denies any return, at times he affirms, and at times he differentiates, affirming the return of the learned souls and denying that of the ignorant. They dispute among themselves whether the prophet is superior to the philosopher. Their more rational ones, like Ibn Sunnah, prefer the prophet. Their extremists prefer the philosopher. There is no doubt that their discourse on prophethood is unimpressive. Their discourse on the divine is scant. Their elaboration is mainly on natural and mathematical matters. Most of the writings of their first teacher, Aristotle, are about these. What there is of theology is scant, muddled, and contradictory. When that is known, then what the auditory has brought concerning the return is established upon them by 2 ways. By clear speech establishing the return of bodies and its details. By the necessary knowledge that the messengers came with this. Whoever has heard the Qur'an, the recurrent hadiths, and the interpretations of the companions and those who followed them knows of necessity that the messenger, may God bless him and grant him peace, informed of the return of bodies. Casting doubt on that is like casting doubt on his bringing the 5 prayers, the fast of Ramadan, the pilgrimage to the ancient house, and the like. The Batin Karmatians, who are among the philosophers, denied both this and that, claimed that these are all symbols pointing to inner sciences. They say prayer is knowing our secrets, fasting is concealing our secrets, the pilgrimage is visiting our sanctified shaykhs, and the like, set forth in books that expose their secrets and lay bare their veils. The Karmatians wrote the Epistles of the Brethren of Purity. They are called the Ismailiyya for their ascription to Muhammad ibn Ismail ibn Ja'far. Ibn Sina said, "My father and brother were among their invitation. For this reason I turned to philosophy." As for the philosophers who did not become pure Karmatians, they do not deny the acts of worship and practical laws. Indeed, some obligate following them, especially those among them who entered Sufism or Kalam. Yet some obligate them upon the masses, not upon the elite, or obligate them not upon the foundation by which the messenger obligated them. Some even allow that there come after Muhammad, may God bless him and grant him peace, someone with a new law. They say one among them may be addressed by God as Moses was, may be taken up as the prophet was, and the like of such claims, abundant since philosophy when it appeared, corrupted groups among Sufis and dialecticians. Fourth, when messengership is established, whatever the messenger has reported stands as established, even what some innovationists deny, like punishment in the grave, the questioning by Munkar and Nakar, like the bridge, the intercession, the basin, and the like of what has been widespread in sound hadiths from the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. There are also proofs from the Qur'an, though explicit mention in the Qur'an is of paradise and hell, the setting up of the resurrection and the gathering of creation. For this reason, none among the people of the Qibla denied the resurrection and the return of bodies. It is these other matters, brought by widespread, indeed, in the view of the scholars of hadith, recurrent hadiths, that groups among the innovationists denied, among them some Mu'tazila, some Khawarij, and others. Fifth, this author and his like mention faith in the auditories in a general way. As for detailed knowledge, that is for one who knows the sound hadiths in this chapter, and what has come in the noble Qur'an and its exegesis transmitted from the companions and the followers and the like. Sixth, when one knows that Muhammad, may God bless him and grant him peace, is God's messenger, that God confirmed him in his saying, I am God's messenger to you. Then the messenger is he who reports on behalf of the sender what he has been commanded to report. Thus it is known that he is truthful in what he reports from God. One who lies in what he reports is not a messenger therein, just as one who has not been sent with anything is a liar in all he reports from the one he claims to have sent him. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, If I speak to you about God, I shall not lie about God. Just as we know he is truthful in his saying, I am God's messenger to you, we know he is truthful in his saying, God says to you such and commands you with such and such. To belie him in this particular report is like belying him in the very report of the essence of messengership. The paths by which his truthfulness is known in general are those by which it is known in particular, and all the more so. For what indicates truthfulness in everything he reports from God indicates his truthfulness in this report, such as the miracle. The miracle indicated his truthfulness in his claim. His claim includes that I am truthful about God in what I report of him. He did not claim to be truthful in some of what he reports of God, and not in other parts. Rather, God said of what he reports of him, and had he dared to attribute to us some sayings, we would indeed have seized him by the right hand, and then we would indeed have cut his life vein. 69:44-46. And Moses said, O Pharaoh, I am a messenger from the sustainer of the worlds, obliged not to say of God anything but the truth. I have come to you with a clear proof from your sustainer, so send forth with me the children of Israel. 7:104-105. A messenger who lies about the one who sent him is like one who lies about the very essence of messengership. God, exalted, is all-knowing of realities. There is no difference between manifesting a miracle at the hand of one who lies about the essence of messengership and one who lies in what he reports of the sender. Seventh, when his truthfulness is established in everything he reports from God, then the Qur'an is among what he has reported. It is known necessarily that he conveyed the Qur'an from God. He reported that the Qur'an is the speech of God, not his speech. Among what God reported in the Qur'an is that he sent down upon him the book and the wisdom, that he commanded the wives of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, to remember what is recited in their houses of God's verses and the wisdom, that he conferred favour upon the believers when he raised among them a messenger from among themselves, reciting to them his verses, purifying them, and teaching them the book and the wisdom. 62:2-151, 3:164. What is recited in the houses of the Prophet's wives is either the Qur'an or what he says other than the Qur'an, that is, the wisdom, which is the Sunnah. Thus that is among what God sent down and commanded to be remembered. God also commanded obedience to him in the Qur'an, in many verses. Whoever obeys the messenger has indeed obeyed God. 480. By the star, when it descends, your companion has neither strayed nor erred. He does not speak out of desire. This is nothing but revelation sent down. 53, 1-4. Whatever the messenger gives you, take it. Whatever he forbids you, abstain. Be conscious of God. Surely God is severe in punishment. 59, 7. Such verses show that God, majestic is his affair, obligated following him in what he says, even if it is not from the Qur'an. Moreover, his messengership necessitates his truthfulness in what he reports from God, of the Qur'an and other than the Qur'an. It is therefore obligatory to believe him in what he reported, even if it is not from the Qur'an. God knows best, and praise be to God, and blessings upon the seal of God's messengers, Muhammad, and upon his family and companions altogether.